Chapter 459. Luz said in a grateful voice, "It's all thanks to Sir City Lord's help that several 100,000 people have gathered over the past 2 days. I think most of them can become shaman believers. We will pick out talented people to train into shaman sorcerers to work for the City Lord. The shaman religion originated from the spirit beast's religion, so there is a high chance of success in this area. With Miracle Commerce's support and the Forest of Chaos experts' help, if you can't succeed," Chu Tian looked at him, "don't come back to see me, just go eat shit and commit suicide." Luz wiped his sweat. Yes, we will definitely succeed. There was no problem with the Warhound planes. The transport tower couldn't be delayed any longer. At this time, the Great Summer King Dongfangan contacted Chu Tian. He had already prepared the map and information of the various countries and also wanted Chu Tian's help. He hoped that Chu Tian could make a trip to the Great Summer northern capital. The Great Summer Imperial City was moved to the central state. The former Imperial City had been renamed the Northern Capital, and although it wasn't the capital, it was still several hundred years old and was the #1 city in the north. When they announced their independence as the Great Summer Kingdom, all kinds of trouble came. A large kingdom was not just a name. Once they became a large kingdom, their diplomatic rank would be higher than a small kingdom's. The surrounding small kingdoms would even need to pay taxes to the large kingdoms. There weren't many interactions between countries in this era, unless it was a subordinate kingdom or a vassal kingdom. There were no geopolitical considerations. However, if there were several powers appearing in the same area, it would affect the interests and influence of those with benefits. The Warhound's kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. There was no other way. The Great Summer Country was an independent kingdom. How could it be easy for them to become a large kingdom? The surrounding countries all had opinions about the Great Summer Country, but these small kingdoms had limited abilities, so there was no need to care about them. What they needed to do now was to take care of the strong kingdoms. This did not conflict with Chu Tian's mission. Chu Tian wanted to find the incomparably precious spatial crystal, so he couldn't just run to the small kingdoms to look for it, right? Since it was like this, he would just do it. After obtaining the map and the relevant information, Chu Tian began his visit as a Great Summer Country's kingdom scholar. "I still don't understand." Meng Yingying was sitting on the airship. "How did you turn the weeds into food? These are clearly just weeds. Why do they have the ability to treat illnesses?" Actually, it's not hard to explain. The Warhound Plains soil is very fertile and contains a lot of spiritual energy. The grass can raise the beasts on the plains, which means it contains a lot of energy, but humans and demon beasts have different body structures, so they can't absorb it. Chu Tian paused for a bit before continuing. "I only used medicine and source energy arrays to make the grass easier to absorb. It can indeed fill one's stomach and maintain one's life, but it's not very nutritious, so it's not suitable for long-term consumption." Meng Yingying showed an expression of understanding. "So, the food can cure the disease because the antidote was mixed into the medicine? There are times when you aren't stupid." Pooh, you're the stupid one." The two of them sat on the airship, chatting and playing. Chen Bingyu sat cross-legged beside them, holding a cup of tea, not saying a word. Meng Yingying was tired of playing with Chu Tian. "Where are we preparing to go?" Chu Tian opened a large map with the Warhound Plains as the center. There were countries all around the Warhound Plains, with 3-4 small kingdoms in the north. Only these small kingdoms had smaller territories and populations than southern Xia, so they had already been annexed to the Eagle Burial Kingdom. So, to the north of these small kingdoms, there was a large kingdom territory. Although the map couldn't depict the entire Eagle Burial Kingdom, just a part of it was like Mount Tai was pressing down on the north. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was a spirit beast warring kingdom and the only warring kingdom nearby. The Eagle Burial Kingdom and the Eagle Burial Kingdom's sphere of influence, Chu Tian had no interest at all. Because of the chaos of war, it was hard for these places to have a mature market, so it was unlikely he could find the materials he wanted. Chu Tian's eyes looked over all the large and small kingdoms around the Warhound's Plains, finally falling on a country in the southwest corner that wasn't small. This country was long and narrow, not being big, but it was a place where several earth veins intersected, so it must be rich in resources. When Chu Tian saw the name of the country, He immediately thought of the bronze-masked old man he met in the central state black market. Looking around, there are only a few large kingdoms, this is one. There hasn't been any large disturbances in several hundred years. Although the country isn't large, it is rich in resources, so the country's strength should be very strong. This is a large kingdom that is more worthy of its name than the Warhound's kingdom or the newly formed Great Summer Country. Let's go there. What is the name of its country? Great Jew Country. Pa. Meng Yingying and Chu Tian didn't have any reactions. Chen Bingyu, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly trembled and the cup in her hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Meng Yingying asked in a strange voice, "What's wrong with elder sister Bingyu?" Chen Bingyu realized that she had forgotten herself. "No, it's nothing." Meng Yingying's face was filled with confusion and Chu Tian also saw it. Chen Bingyu was hiding some secrets. This woman's background was not normal, and it was even possible that she wasn't a person from southern Xia. From her reaction, could she be related to the Great Jew Country? The Great Jew Country wasn't much larger than the southern Summer Country, but because of its strange shape, it was like a long snake twisting and turning. It allowed it to have direct or indirect contact with the Eagle Burial Kingdom, the Warhound's Plains, the southern Summer Country, and even the Forest of Chaos. In the ancient era, the Great Jew Country was a very prosperous land, so there were many precious inheritances and ruins left behind. The Great Jew Country was built on the inheritances of their ancestors, so there were many sects in the Great Jew Country, all kinds of inheritances clashing with each other. This was a country of sects. There was no fixed royal family or noble class, it was mainly the sects that ruled the country. The Great Jew Country was a relatively close neighbor and also the strongest one. When Chu Tian visited the Great Jew Country as a Great Summer Country scholar, it would be best if he could form an alliance with the Great Jew Country. The Eagle Burial Kingdom dominated the north, always being a threat. If the Great Summer and Great Jew Countries joined together and supported the Northern Militant Kingdom as the vanguard, it wouldn't be hard to resist the Eagle Burial Kingdom. At least they could keep them in the north and not allow them to go south. Of course. It was hard to say if the Great Jew Country would give Chu Tian face. The airship flew tens of thousands of meters in the air. It was unknown how many deserts and plains they passed, but they finally left the Great Summer Country and the Great Prairies. Ancient cities and buildings appeared in their sights. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. Even if they were human countries, their customs were all different. The Great Jew Country's powers were hidden deep in the mountains and the sects were built in sects rarely visited blessed lands. On the contrary, the power gathered in the secular world was not strong and most of the cities were just representatives of sects in the secular world. They farmed elixirs and raised spirit beasts, finally needing to pay tribute to the large sects, using this method to obtain protection. They arrived at the Heavenly Yin Mountain. The Heavenly Yin Mountain was one of the Great Jew Country's 8 famous mountains and it was said to be one of the most ancient ruins. One of the Great Jew Country's 6 large sects, the Black Moon sect, a sect that had existed for thousands of years. The surrounding large and small cities were all built around the Heavenly Yin Mountain, belonging to the Black Moon sect's outer sect. Each city in the Black Moon sect's sphere of influence was the Black Moon sect's property. If there wasn't the Black Moon sect protecting them, these people wouldn't be able to survive here. Because of this, the people of the Heavenly Yin Mountain treated the Black Moon sect as their highest duty. Most people would choose to join the Black Moon sect's outer sect as an outer sect disciple. If their talent was good enough, they could enter the Heavenly Yin Mountain and become an inner sect disciple of the Black Moon sect, obtaining the Black Moon sect's thousands of years of inheritance. The Great Summer Country used states as geographical units. The Great Jew Country used mountain gates as geographical units. This was very interesting. In order not to attract too much attention, Chu Tian decided to ride a normal griffin to discuss the situation. Although he was the Great Summer Country's official envoy, meeting the Great Jew Country's king was a very troublesome matter. A griffin. It's actually a griffin. Chu Tian brought Chen Bingyu and Meng Yingying to a place called Yin Gathering City, which should be one of the largest cities near the Heavenly Yin Mountain. What made the 3 of them feel strange was that when they rode a griffin here, it immediately caused a stir. It was like the Yin-gathering city's citizens had never seen such a high-level mount before. Meng Yingying was puzzled. The Great Jew country is a large country. Why is a level 2 flying mount making such a big fuss out of nothing? The Great Jew country's peak strength is concentrated in the large mountain gates. Chen Bingyu said in a low voice, "These secular cities only have a few outer sect powers, they aren't that strong." The Great Jew country's strength was not evenly distributed. This was also a characteristic of sects like the Great Jew country. Chu Tian didn't care. When he was prepared to inquire about the situation, the crowd suddenly separated and a large group of black armored guards charged out. The one leading them was a large fatty wearing a jade robe. "What sect are you from?" This embroidered clothed fatty first looked at the griffin with a greedy gaze, then his gaze fell on Meng Yingying. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and joy, but his tone was very arrogant. Without notifying, "Why did you charge into the heavenly Yin mountains?" Chu Tian didn't come to cause trouble, so he cupped his hands and said, "I am a great summer country scholar. I came to visit a famous mountain in the Great Jew country. May I ask?" "Great summer country? Huh. You're talking about the small country that was beaten half to death by the spirit beasts in the southeast?" After this fatty understood where Chu Tian's group came from, his attitude became even more disdainful. These people looked very young and they came from a small country, so they should be some young master or young miss that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth to come here. "I am an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect and a deacon of Yin Gathering City. You trespassed into the heavenly Yin mountain. This is already breaking the rules. Leave this griffin and use it as a tribute to the Black Moon sect." Meng Yingying was enraged. "It's been a long time since someone dared to bully us. This was intolerable. Fatty, why are you so unreasonable? Humph, this is the rule. A griffin, no problem, no problem." Chu Tian patted Meng Yingying's shoulder as he comforted her. With his status, he didn't care about a level 2 demon beast. "This esteemed elder, can you introduce me to a high-level member of the Black Moon sect?" The fatty was a bit surprised. This brat just gave out a level 2 griffin like this. This griffin was worth at least 20 low-grade source stones. Could he have met a group of prodigal children? "My Black Moon sect is one of the famous sects of the Great Jew country. How could a nameless rat like you have the qualifications to visit us? Don't think that a single griffin can open the Black Moon sect's gates. However, if you're sincere, I can give you a chance." Fatty revealed a sinister expression. "Recently, I've been cultivating a strange dual cultivation technique. If you can lend me your female companion, I might be happy and agree." Chapter 460. Meng Yingying's body trembled with anger. Chu Tian was not angry, not because he could endure it, but rather because he was very puzzled. What was this pig's brain made of? He was probably one of the strongest people in Yin Gathering City. He was used to being tyrannical and he had the Black Moon sect behind him, so he was not afraid of these young people from small countries. But did he not notice that he couldn't see through the cultivation of these 3 young people? This damn pig was at most in the 5th to 6th awakened soul layer. With this level in Chu Tian's eyes, he couldn't even be considered trash. In the past, the third-rate experts in the southern Summer Imperial City would be stronger than him by a large amount. Even in Central State City, he would only be considered second-rate. This kind of idiot was crazily shouting at true spirit cultivators and he actually felt good about himself. For a poor and small country to be able to cultivate in a large country, this is the blessing of several lifetimes. "I am an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect and many of my family's elders are in the Black Moon sect, so I will enter the inner sect sooner or later. At that time, I will have a status in the Great Jew country. What this brat can give you, I can also give you, so why do you need to follow a young master from a small country?" The fatty already saw Meng Yingying as something in his bag. "I don't like to use force, so if you're tactful, then come over. Otherwise." Chu Tian shook his head. "Yingying, if you can't hold it in, then don't hold it in. It wouldn't be good if you hurt your body, so I'll protect you if anything happens." The Black Moon sect's outer sect elder was stunned by Chu Tian's words. Meng Yingying released a dazzling glow of spirit energy and a mirror appeared above her head. A giant flame bird appeared in the mirror and an incomparably hot flame spirit energy was released. It was accompanied by a clear and divine phoenix cry that resounded through the 9 heavens. The onlookers were all stunned. Chu Tian also revealed a shocked expression. Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit's main ability was to duplicate, but the duplication had its limits. If it was a high-level source spirit or a high-level cultivation technique, she could not duplicate it. Other than that, the source spirit was effective and the mirror image would disappear after a few days. Now not only could Yingying duplicate a god-level source spirit, she could also keep a mirror image. This meant that this girl's strength had increased by a lot and her source spirit had also increased with her strength, so she could keep a permanent mirror image. Although it was lacking compared to the real fire phoenix source spirit, it was still a very strong battle-type source spirit. Boom! Countless raging flames transformed into a pair of huge phoenix wings, and countless scorching and destructive divine flames flowed around her body, making her look like a goddess who controlled flames and the power of destruction. Even a blind person would be able to tell. This young girl's cultivation was probably far beyond his imagination. The fat man hurriedly shouted, "I'm an outer elder of the Xianyin sect. This is the territory of the Tianyin mountain. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, do you think you can escape unscathed? Humph, after following Chu Tian for so long, do you think you can scare me with this kind of threat?" Pa. Meng Yingying gave a tender laugh, heaven-burning fist. This move was clearly copied from Nangong Yun's body. A huge flaming fist smashed into the fatty's body, and that pitiful protective yuan qi evaporated like it had met with high-temperature water. The berserk flaming energy was like a flood that broke through a dam, and instantly smashed into the opposite house, burning a hole in the ground along the way. Meng Yingying was shocked by herself. I actually became this strong. This fist clearly only used 20% of my strength. This damn fatty wouldn't have been killed by a single fist, right? The surrounding people began to shout out in fear. Ah, the elder has been hit. Such guts, actually daring to hit the Black Moon sect's outer sect elder in the Tianyin mountain. Dozens of black-armored bodyguards surrounded them in anger and shock. Meng Yingying casually struck out with her palm again. This time, she only used 10% of her strength. The palm energy turned into raging flames and hit dozens of bodyguards. They were like dozens of logs that had been set on fire and fell to the ground. They screamed and beat the flames on their bodies. Not a single one of them was able to get up. Chu Tian walked in front of the stunned Meng Yingying and said with a smile, "How is it? Does beating people feel good?" She had never beaten people that bullied her like this before. It felt good enough, but wasn't it too much? "Sorry, I only used 10 to 20% of my strength." Meng Yingying had an embarrassed look. She looked at the people rolling on the ground and then looked at Chu Tian. "I never thought they would be this weak." This couldn't be blamed on her. Meng Yingying had little battle experience and her strength had increased very quickly, so she couldn't act as she pleased. "Hi, what's wrong with this? This is already considered light." Chu Tian shook his head. Nangong personally made a move. Even if she used 10% of her strength, she would have burned these fellows to ashes. Although she can duplicate the fire phoenix source spirit, she can't obtain its essence, so she has to work hard. Meng Yingying obtained Chu Tian's confirmation and immediately said with a smile, "Yes, the great Ju country's sects are very clear. Outsiders making a move in their territory is considered a great provocation." Chen Bingyu slightly knit her brows and reminded him, "The Black Moon sect is very strong. They have over 10 true spirit experts. I'm afraid we'll attract trouble." Chu Tian looked at Chen Bingyu with a thought-provoking gaze. Big Sister Bing seems very familiar with the great Ju country. But Chu Tian was never a person who was afraid of causing trouble. Taking one step at a time was not Chu Tian's style, so it was better to make a large hole in the ground and let the great Ju country know of Chu Tian's existence. This way, it would be easier to do things. 2 coffin-like containers flew over from the west at an extremely fast speed. One of them was fiery red in color and had a large number of fire elemental runes carved on it, while the other was bluish-white in color and had a large number of ice elemental runes carved on it. Although their strengths were different, it was probably because they cultivated the cultivation technique of a sect. They were both covered in a thick corpse energy and poison mist, quickly flying over. These are experts from the inner sect. The famed fire and ice twins. This is one of the most talented geniuses in the younger generation of the Shenyang sect. Two figures jumped out of the two coffins. One was wearing a red robe covered in flames and the other was wearing a white robe covered in frost. One fire and one ice, repelling each other, but also intertwining with each other. It formed a kind of fire and ice cycle, a feeling of life and death. Who dares cause trouble in the Black Moon sect? The two inner sect elites were both wearing masks, but their body and height were exactly the same. Even when they spoke, they were synchronized. It was as if they were a pair of twins. I did it. Meng Yingying sensed the other side. The other side was not as strong as she imagined, only around the 8-9th awakened soul layer. She was filled with confidence. The great Jew country was only SOSO, your Black Moon sect disciples bully the weak and have bad morals, I had to teach them a lesson. Shameless boasting. The two of them were instantly enraged. The Black Moon sect is an important place. How could we allow you to act so wildly? I'll let you see how strong the Black Moon sect is. Meng Yingying looked at Chu Tian. After getting a confirmation, she said without any fear, "Don't try to scare me, I'm not afraid of you." The two sides instantly began to fight. The two Black Moon sect inner sect elites used secret techniques to attack Meng Yingying several times. What surprised them was that no matter how they attacked, they would be bounced back by a layer of light. "You're only SOSO. Meng Yingying was filled with pride, feeling like she was possessed by a god of war. It was probably because she was in front of Chu Tian that she wanted to show off, so she used her newly learned starlight movement technique. She took several steps in the air and flashed like lightning. Two palms shot out. Clean and direct. It didn't seem like it was as powerful as when she hit the fatty, but she had already used 40 to 50% of her strength. Spirit energy condensed on her arms, forming a thick layer of true spirit. Even if it was steel, it would still be cut in half. True spirit energy. The two brothers were instantly filled with shock. It's a true spirit cultivator. The two of them were filled with shock, but it was already too late to escape. Meng Yingying sent one flying with a palm, just like throwing away two pieces of paper. The Yin Gathering City onlookers were all filled with shock. It was already not simple for a young girl to defeat an outer sect elder of the Black Moon sect, but they never would have thought that she could defeat an inner sect elite disciple. The strength of these two brothers wasn't bad, they could cross a level and a half, but it was impossible for them to cross realms to defeat a true spirit cultivator. Not to mention that they couldn't break Meng Yingying's defenses. Even if they were in the same realm, they most likely wouldn't be able to defeat Meng Yingying. Who are you people? Because her strength increased quickly and her spirit energy became stronger, it could increase her lifespan and slow down her growth. Meng Yingying's appearance had not changed at all, she was still the same as when Chu Tian saw her a year ago. She looked to be around 15-16 years old, an ignorant young girl in the prime of her youth. A 15-16-year-old girl in the prime of her youth had a shocking true spirit cultivation. This kind of matter was unimaginable even in the great Jew country. Yingying, stop. Chu Tian walked in front of the two Black Moon sect inner disciples. After all this time, you're on our side. If I knew earlier, I would have gone to find you. I haven't seen you for a year and your strength has increased quite quickly. The 10-corpse monster inner cores back then must have brought quite a bit of benefit. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were a bit stunned. You are Lu Ren. Although it had been over a year and the young man's appearance had changed, his temperament couldn't be changed. When Flame Ghost and Ice Demon saw him, they recognized him as the mysterious youth Lu Ren they met in southern Xia's black market. The sword on his back and the fox sleeping on his shoulder proved this point. Now it seemed like Lu Ren was just a fake name and his appearance back then was a disguise. Chu Tian never thought he would meet these two brothers this coincidentally. That's right, it's me, but my real name is Chu Tian. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It really was this fellow. It was no wonder. Although they hadn't spent much time with Chu Tian, they knew that this young man was a monstrous genius. The Black Moon sect's outer sect elder, the bronze-masked old man, had brought the Flame Ghost brothers to the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. If it wasn't for this fellow, the two of them would have died down there like the outer sect elder. So it's Brother Chu. Flame Ghost quickly stood up. This is all a misunderstanding. Ice Demon also said, Brother Chu has done the Black Moon sect a favor. I think the sect master and the elders and protectors will want to see you. Chu Tian laughed. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to introduce me. Chapter 461. One of the great Ju country's 6 famous mountains, the Heavenly Yin Mountain, was an ancient ruin. The Black Moon sect's ancestor excavated the ruins and obtained the inheritance of the ancient Heavenly Yin sect, therefore he created this powerful sect. The mountain protecting array has been opened, please come with us. Many thanks. This is how it should be. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were very respectful to Chu Tian. Without Brother Chu, how could we be here today? But Brother Chu, we have to remind you, the Black Moon sect's elders and protectors don't have good tempers. I hope you'll pay attention to your words. Chu Tian agreed. The Black Moon sect's cultivation technique leaned towards demonic cultivators. This kind of cultivator's interest would be affected and they would become ruthless and easily angered. This was also the reason why demonic cultivators weren't easy to get along with. The 3 of them followed the secret path into a deep valley. On both sides were all kinds of fierce statues and Black Moon sect disciples guarding them. The large-scale illusion array completely blocked the 5 senses. If it wasn't for the 2 brothers opening the mountain protecting array and revealing this path, other people wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the Black Moon sect even if they searched until the end of time. Meng Yingying asked while walking, you have friends in the Great Ju country, how come I don't know about this? They couldn't even be considered friends. He explained the matter of the Yin Corpse Valley. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were just passers-by to Chu Tian, they thought they wouldn't meet again. They never thought they would meet in this kind of place, it was a matter of fate. In the beginning, Chu Tian gave the 2 brothers the 10,000-year-old corpse monster cause. Perhaps he didn't feel anything, but to the 2 of them, it was simply a favor of rebirth. There were many sects in the Great Ju country. Each sect was divided into inner and outer sects. For a large sect like the Black Moon sect, they had at least a few thousand miles of land, several dozen cities, enjoying the offerings of tens of millions of people. And these tens of millions of people belonged to the outer sect. The outer sect was a vassal power. The inner sect was the true core power. The outer sect supported the sect to become stronger and the sect became stronger to protect them. The inner sect disciples were all chosen from the outer sect, both sides were interdependent. But in comparison, there was a large difference in status, it was like a heavenly moat. The bronze-masked old man in the past was an outer sect elder. To put it bluntly, he was just a merchant who ran errands for the mysterious Yin sect. At that time, the Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers were extremely talented, but they were only chosen as preparatory disciples of the inner sanctum. They didn't officially enter the sect. It was precisely because of the large amount of rewards that they exchanged for the 10 corpse cause that their strength had improved by leaps and bounds over the past year. Now, they had become the most eye-catching rising stars of the Shenyin sect. Fatty, an outer sanctum member, wouldn't care about them. The 2 brothers could feel it. Meng Yingying was the weakest of the 3, but she still had a true spirit cultivation. Even in the Great Ju country, this kind of person was as rare as a phoenix feather and unicorn horn. Not to mention that a barren land like southern Xia could give birth to such a monster, how could these 2 brothers not be shocked? If he continued at this speed, he would reach an unimaginable realm in less than 10 years. The entire Great Ju country would have to look up to him. A large number of grand buildings gradually appeared in front of them. The Black Moon sect had around 200,000 people and all of them were awakened soul cultivators. Just this strength was enough to look down on a small country and they had over 10 true spirit cultivators. Just this one sect alone was much stronger than the southern summer country of the past. This was the difference between a large country and a small country. Greetings Vice Sect Master, 4 great protectors, and various elders. The Flame Ghost and Ice Demon brothers brought Chu Tian into a large hall. There were Black Moon sect cultivators on both sides, each wearing similar clothes. Although their clothes were of different colors, they were all wearing masks. This is the great summer country scholar Chu Tian. Chu Tian's group of 3 stood in the center of the hall, ignoring the pressure from the surrounding Black Moon cultivators. His eyes passed through the hall and fell onto the people in the front. There were a total of 3 people here. One of them had a tall and sturdy figure, wearing a pitch-black robe from head to toe. He had a fierce black iron mask on his face and his body was filled with a faint demonic chi. There were 2 people standing on his left and right. The 4 of them were dressed in green, red, blue, and yellow, 4 different colors. Other than the colors, their clothes and masks were all the same. They were all wearing round robes with a deep hood over their heads. Each person was surrounded by a different kind of energy. Vice Sect Master Endless Yin, the 4 great wind, fire, water, and earth protectors. There were also a few elders from the Black Moon sect. Each person was wearing a ghost mask, giving off a ghostly aura that made Meng Yingying feel very uncomfortable. The Black Moon sect's inherited cultivation technique was special. Normally when a sect accepted a disciple, they would accept a certain type of innate talent or they would use the inheritance to cover up their innate talent, allowing the entire sect to practice the same cultivation technique. The giant shark gang of the 4 states lake was similar. The Black Moon sect was different in that they didn't restrict innate talent. It was just that on top of the innate talent of their source spirit, they covered up the characteristics of the Black Moon sect's cultivation technique. The 4 protectors' spirit energy should be wind, fire, water, and earth. The wind was yin wind, the water was yin water, the fire was yin fire, and the earth was yin earth. This was a very good inheritance. The Vice Sect Master Endless Yin slowly stood up and the surrounding black chi was released. A deep voice came from behind the mask. You are the rogue cultivator from the small southern summer country that brought 10 corpse cores to the Black Moon sect a year ago. That's right. Chu Tian didn't care about Endless Yin's contempt. The Black Moon sect is one of the 6 great sects of the Great Jew country and can be considered the pillar of the Great Jew country. I, as the Great Summer country's envoy, wish for the Great Jew and Great Shia to work together and resist the Northern Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. Ha, 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 ha. A series of laughter came from the main hall and a person dressed as a Black Moon sect elder stood up. Bullshit Great Summer country. Could it be that a respected large country can't even send a decent person? A brat who still smells of his mother's milk and 2 women wanted to take advantage of the Great Jew dynasty? You want to obtain the Black Moon sect's support? Laughable, laughable. What qualifications do you have? Don't think that you can bribe the Black Moon sect with a few corpse cores. Chu Tian looked at him. What is your excellency's name? The Black Moon sect's punishment elder, Yang Miao. Flame Ghost and Ice Demon became a bit embarrassed and immediately looked at Chu Tian. Elder Yang Miao couldn't be offended. His yin water demonic art had reached the perfection realm and he was one of the elders with the highest position in the sect. His cultivation had reached the 2nd true spirit layer and he had several dozen Black Moon sect secret techniques. 2nd true spirit layer? What did this count for in the forest of chaos? A piece of trash like you dares to be arrogant in front of father? These fellows' eyes were high above their heads and they had bad intentions, so there was no benefit in being humble. Only by showing enough strength could they speak properly. That's right, we are small characters in the Great Summer country. Chu Tian had already thrown his promise to the 2 brothers to the back of his head, but small characters like us are very curious. We really want to see the secret techniques of the Great Jew country's famous sects. If the elder is generous, how about we make a bet? Yang Miao said with a cold smile, you think you're worthy of making a bet with me? In the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, I didn't just obtain 10,000-year-old corpse monster cores. Of course I'm not worthy, but it is. Chu Tian casually pulled out his sword. When the ice-cold sword touched the ground, a cold aura was released, creating a large piece of frost, the ancient soul-contracting weapon, the Netherworld sword. I think it is considered a top-grade treasure in the Great Jew country. If the elder can defeat any one of the 3, this sword will be the Great Summer country's gift to the Black Moon sect. The expressions of everyone present slightly changed. There was also a trace of fluctuation in Endless Yin's eyes. Chu Tian's Netherworld sword was no longer the Netherworld sword he had just obtained. It had already recovered its strength and was even stronger than before. In a place like the Black Moon sect, it could be considered a top-grade treasure. The Black Moon sect's eyes were high above their heads. How could a small country like the Southern Summer country place them in their eyes? They were willing to meet Chu Tian this time because they knew that Chu Tian had many treasures on him. They never thought that before they even made a move, Chu Tian would take the initiative to take out the Netherworld sword. Yang Miao gave a sinister laugh from under his mask. Is it really like this? Would I lie to you here? Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, if I win, you have to agree to some of my conditions. Was this young man from a small country an idiot? What qualifications did he have to bargain in this situation? Even if he could make the Black Moon sect agree to his conditions, would the Black Moon sect keep their promise? Little brother is this confident. The vice sect master Endless Yin suddenly spoke up. It would be a waste if he didn't take a treasure that was sent to his door. Elder Yang should exchange pointers with them. Let these small country cultivators see the Black Moon sect's cultivation technique. It can be considered a good deed. All right. Yang Miao's spirit energy was suddenly released. His body that was sitting on the chair suddenly changed shape. It was like black water was flowing upwards, falling onto the ground in front of him, instantly forming his body. There were still black water droplets flowing around his body. Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. Whoever has the confidence to go up, it's fine even if all three of you come together. This was a very strange cultivation technique. The Black Moon sect's elder gave people a feeling like his body had turned into invisible water, constantly changing and hiding danger. This was the perfection realm of the yin water demonic technique. Meng Yingying volunteered, I'll fight. Chu Tian deliberately provoked her. Are you sure you won't have a problem? No problem. Meng Yingying was filled with confidence. I'll take care of it in 10 moves. Chu Tian shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, 10 moves is too much, I'll take care of it in 3. Meng Yingying tilted her head and thought about it. I'll try. Yang Miao's eyes were terrifyingly dark. Are the people of southern Xia all as arrogant as you? No. Actually most of the Great Summer people are very humble. Chu Tian said with a smile, unless we meet trash that overestimates themselves and doesn't know themselves, then we'll teach them a lesson. With these words, everyone's expressions changed. Ghost Flame and Ice Demon were stunned. Did Chu Tian's brain break? Didn't he know that he was in the Black Moon sect's territory? If he said these words in front of so many people from the Black Moon sect, would the Black Moon sect let him leave? Where would the face of one of the great Ju 6 great sects go? With these words. This was simply a naked provocation. Yang Miao flew into a rage out of shame. How bold. Ari, don't be so excited, I'm not targeting you alone. Chu Tian's eyes swept over the surrounding elders, as well as the protectors and vice sect masters. I'm saying that everyone here is bastard. Before he even finished, Yang Miao angrily attacked, going around Meng Yingying to attack Chu Tian. When the Ghost and Ice Demon brothers saw this, they almost couldn't stop themselves from smashing their heads against the wall. They had truly caused a disaster this time. Chapter 462. The Great Ju country was stronger than the Great Summer country. This was an undeniable fact. Just the Black Moon sect could gather an army of 100,000 or even 200,000 awakened soul realm cultivators. If this strength was used well, it could destroy the Great Summer country. The Black Moon sect was just one of the many sects in the Great Ju country. It could be imagined that if the Great Ju country's army gathered together, perhaps each person would be able to drown Chu Tian and take him back. Not to mention the fact that the three of them were in the Black Moon sect's territory. This was one of the most ancient sects in the Great Ju country, with various restrictions, barriers, and arrays. Not only was it hard to attack, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to kill their way out. Chu Tian's inexplicable provocation was an irrational thing to do. Wasn't this no different from seeking death? Actually, it wasn't like this. Chu Tian wasn't afraid of them at all. Even if they took 10,000 steps back and the three of them had city return scrolls, they could run away if the situation wasn't good. There was no way to stop spatial scrolls in this era, so what could the Black Moon sect do to them even if they had more people? Chu Tian didn't have the time to slowly bargain with them. The Black Moon sect was a sect filled with demonic cultivators. Although they weren't evil, as long as they were demonic cultivators, they would follow the law of the jungle. Moreover, promises and oaths had no meaning. Chu Tian didn't want to waste his saliva and knowledge. It was better to use absolute strength to make them yield. So what if the Black Moon sect was strong? The Great Jew country was strong in terms of overall strength, resources, army, and economy. In terms of just the number of experts, the Black Moon sect couldn't even compare to Miracle City. Being afraid like this, was this still Chu Tian's style? No matter what, Chu Tian had successfully enraged Yang Miao. His hands came together and his body began to melt, turning into a human-shaped jelly. Large droplets of water floated out of his body and each droplet floated in the air. Yang Miao's hands suddenly pushed forward. Several dozen droplets of water shot at Chu Tian. Seal of dead water. This was one of the Black Moon sect's secret techniques. Yang Miao clearly had a rare elemental source spirit and his source spirit was water. Combining it with the yin water demonic technique to display this secret technique, each drop of water had a strong penetrative power and killing intent. The most poisonous part was that it could easily corrode one's protective spirit energy and most protective cultivation techniques would be ineffective. Moreover, it contained a strong poison, killing anyone who touched it. You hit the wrong person. Your opponent is me. Meng Yingying's body shone with starlight. Under the intense collision of electromagnetic light, she blocked in front of Chu Tian like a bolt of lightning. Dozens of water droplets fell on Meng Yingying's petite and beautiful body. When these pitch-black water droplets hit Meng Yingying's body, it was like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron pot. The sizzling sound was accompanied by a rising steam, and the water droplets evaporated almost instantly. Ineffective. Yang Miao's face slightly changed. This girl had a cultivation in the first true spirit layer at such a young age. This was very shocking. At least in the Black Moon sect, there had never been a 16-year-old who had a cultivation in the true spirit layer. Even in the history of the Great Jew country, there weren't many. A trivial little country's girl, how could she have this kind of ability? The most incredible thing was an unheard of defensive cultivation technique. Not only did it have a strong defense, it could also resist the corrosion of the darkness and curse, making the seal of dead water ineffective before it could be used. The Great Jew country was a country filled with sects, with countless ancient inheritances and cultivation techniques, but they had never heard of this cultivation technique before. Yang Miao used all his strength and his body became even more blurry. Countless strands of black steam were released, instantly swallowing at Meng Yingying like a giant beast. So what if her defense was strong? This move could turn her energy into mist and this mist was everywhere. From the pores, from the nose, from the ears, it could enter any part of the body. Even if a single strand entered the body, it was enough to kill a first true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying's cultivation was high, but she clearly lacked battle experience. She was a bit stunned when she faced this attack and in that moment, she was completely surrounded by the black mist. She even accidentally breathed in a few mouthfuls, so she should be dead for sure. Yang Miao's yin water demonic technique was not for nothing. If it was a normal true spirit cultivator, they would have lost their battle strength even if they didn't die. But when the starlight immortal body reached the sacred light body realm, the power released came from the inside. It was not just the surface of the body, each muscle, meridians, and even the internal organs were all covered by the sacred light body's power. So even if Meng Yingying made this mistake, she would not be injured at all and her movements would just freeze for a few seconds. Profound Yin Large Hand Seal. Yang Miao used a high-grade secret technique of the Black Moon sect this time. Endless wild energy came from his body and condensed into a giant palm that slammed at Yingying. Yang Miao used his full strength with this attack, not holding anything back at all. The Profound Yin Large Hand Seal was one of Yang Miao's strongest killing moves. Meng Yingying finally felt a sense of danger. She who had a slow reaction and movement finally released her mirror source spirit, but before she could make her next move, the powerful large hand seal slammed into her body. Die. Yang Miao did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex as he angrily roared out with all his strength, wanting to crush this young girl to pieces. The moment the large hand seal slammed into the other side, Yang Miao felt like a giant wave slamming into a diamond. He couldn't shake it at all and the terrifying power was reflected back at him. The starlight immortal body had the ability to reflect damage. Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit also had the ability to reflect damage. When Yingying received this attack, She immediately used all her strength to activate the starlight immortal body, returning most of the power to Yang Miao. Yang Miao's large hand shattered inch by inch, turning into countless drops of water that fell onto her body. The ground, pillars, walls, and ceiling behind her were all filled with holes. Yingying's first counterattack. A normal cultivator would have been killed by the reflected power. Yang Miao received a strong backlash, but Yang Miao's cultivation technique was very special. The yin-water demonic technique in the perfection realm made his body turn into elemental essence. When the reflected power hit his body, it was completely absorbed by his half-liquefied body, so it didn't cause any damage. Even like this, Yingying's strength was enough to make others look at her in a different light. Chu Tian said from the side, the first move. Meng Yingying's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The starlight around her body collided intensely. Her figure turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Her flawless right arm swept out, unexpectedly creating an incomparably sharp starlight blade. Yang Miao had not stabilized himself yet. This close distance, this fast, and this kind of attack filled with explosive power, he had no way of dodging it. He could only condense a water shield in front of him. The starlight blade pierced through the water shield and into Yang Miao's body. Did she kill him? Meng Yingying had just thought this when Yang Miao retreated. There was indeed a large hole in his chest, but the black water quickly filled it. In just a moment, it was as good as new, not leaving a single mark behind. A water source spirit and a strange cultivation technique can make attacks ineffective. Even if Meng Yingying didn't have any battle experience, she could still see through this trick. This is a bit hard to deal with. His cultivation base is higher than mine, it won't be easy to break through it. Chu Tian reminded her, the second move. Meng Yingying released all her spirit energy and the mirror source spirit floating behind her suddenly had the image of a fire phoenix appear. That blazing flame came from the mirror and instantly surrounded Meng Yingying's body. Fire phoenix. The Black Moon sect people were shocked. This was the legendary god-level source spirit. Meng Yingying's fire phoenix was a fake. Although it couldn't compare to Nangong Yun, the mirror fire phoenix still had the power of a fire phoenix. Meng Yingying released half of the source spirit in her body and used all her strength to gather this powerful flame energy. The flames around Meng Yingying's body became stronger and a giant phoenix appeared around her. Chu Tian was stunned. Great Nirvana scripture. Not only did Meng Yingying copy Nangong Yun's source spirit, did she want to copy Nangong Yun's main cultivation technique? Of course, this was impossible. At least with Meng Yingying's current strength, she could only copy a bit of it. Even so, it was still very strong. A little girl in her teens could force the highest-ranked elder of the Black Moon sect to this point. Yang Miao was filled with anger and shock. His hands formed several seals and large amounts of black water came from his body. His body quickly swelled and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a 3-meter-tall black water demon and his aura doubled. Profound Yin large hand seal. Yang Miao pushed the Yin water magic technique to its limit, turning himself into a black water demon. Then, he used a secret technique and crazily attacked Meng Yingying. This was already the strongest attack he could complete. Heaven-burning fist. Meng Yingying had already released most of her strength. The mirror source spirit continued to provide energy behind her and her entire body was covered in the faint phoenix image. The two of them fiercely collided. Fire against water, light against darkness. In that instant, water vapor filled the entire main hall. This water vapor was caused by Yang Miao's spirit energy evaporating and it contained the Yin water demonic technique's poison. The elders and disciples all ran away in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yang Miao's protective Yin water demonic technique was evaporated by the fire phoenix's power. Meng Yingying's fist landed on his body and although it was very close, it still broke through his protective spirit energy. Yang Miao was like a puppet with its strings cut as he instantly broke 6-7 pillars and fell into a corner. You! Yang Miao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Meng Yingying's little face was a bit pale and she was gasping for breath from overexertion. It really was dangerous. Yang Miao was actually a bit stronger than her, but the starlight immortal body could restrain him, so Meng Yingying didn't have any worries when she attacked. Yang Miao had to use a part of his cultivation to protect his body, but he was suppressed by the Fire Phoenix's power, so he was directly defeated by Meng Yingying. But Meng Yingying did it. She defeated a higher-level cultivator in 3 moves. Humph! The Black Moon Sect's Vice Sect Master Endless Yin's face sunk, daring to insult my Black Moon Sect. 4 protectors, capture them. The 4 protectors made their move. Wind, fire, water, and earth, the 4 of them had different source spirits, but their strength was not inferior to Yang Miao's. With the 4 of them attacking at the same time, their strength surpassed one's imagination. Chu Tian shook his head with a look of disdain. You can't beat me alone, so you're suppressing me with numbers? The main hall was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Before the 4 protectors attacked, there was a blizzard that appeared out of nowhere. Endless Yin was shocked to find that the black-clothed woman beside Chu Tian had made a move. This woman had always been quiet and low-key, but when she made a move, she was actually this strong. Perhaps she was several times stronger than that girl. Seeing a ghost. When did this little southern Shia have this many experts? Chapter 463. The instant Chen Bingyu soared into the air, all the origin power in her body poured out in torrents, suddenly turning into a large snowstorm that engulfed the entire palace, causing the temperature to plummet by several tens of degrees, making everyone feel as if they were in the extreme cold. The spectators all felt this strong, so it could be imagined how much pressure the 4 protectors were under. Tens of thousands of crystal-clear snowflakes released a glow, just like a rain of flowers falling from a pear garden. It was beautiful, but it was also filled with a strong sense of danger. Each snowflake was condensed from Chen Bingyu's source spirit, and its might was enough to freeze the enemy's spirit energy, making them lose their battle strength. The 4 great protectors were blocked in a single move and had no choice but to temporarily avoid the power of the blizzard. Chen Bingyu's alluring body shot out from the entanglement of the snowflakes. The exhausted snowflakes seemed to be attracted by a magnet and immediately condensed into 2 beautiful and exquisite snow dragons beside Chen Bingyu. She struck out with her palms and once again attacked the 4 great protectors. This silent, low-key, and unobtrusive woman really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Chen Bingyu also had the sacred light body, but her cultivation base was even deeper. Now that she was in the 2nd true spirit layer, she was different from someone like Meng Yingying who only knew how to imitate. She was a genius with shocking battle talent. Her source spirit and talent were not below that of Central State's Chu Xinghe. The 4 protectors were not easy to deal with. Originally, they wanted to temporarily avoid the momentum, but they did not expect Shen Bing to be so strong. The 4 of them immediately struck out, and the 2 interweaving snow dragons were instantly blown to pieces, once again turning into snowflakes that filled the sky. The snowflakes were like a mountain of blades. Her figure moved like lightning. In half a blink of an eye, Chen Bingyu used 5 or 6 secret techniques and fought with the 4 great protectors of wind, fire, water, and earth one after another. She rushed forward with the momentum of the falling snowflakes and struck each of them with her palm, forcing the 4 great protectors to take a step back. Good. Meng Yingying couldn't help shouting, "Big Sister Bing is strong." Was there a need to say it? Among the people Chu Tian trained, Nangong Yun had the highest battle talent. She had a god-level source spirit and a supreme cultivation technique, so it was hard for Chu Tian to defeat her in the same realm without using his main source spirit. Next were Chen Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren. Chen Bingyu and Nangong Yun were both extreme martial artists. The difference between the 2 was that Nangong Yun worshipped the pure and direct power of martial arts, so she was a combative and destructive person. Chen Bingyu's pursuit was higher than Nangong Yun's. She pursued the true meaning of martial arts, treating martial arts as an art, and not completely obsessed with fighting and power. While Chen Bingyu was in miracle commerce, she had not missed a single lesson in Qilin Hall. She had also used miracle commerce to collect large amounts of cultivation techniques and secret techniques. Every day, she would try to understand the various cultivation techniques and martial arts. Chen Bingyu's future battle strength might not be comparable to Nangong Yun's. However, Nangong Yun's attainments in the martial Dao were not something she could compare with. From Chen Bingyu's moves, it could be seen that Chen Bingyu's moves were ever-changing. She could use 4 to 5 different martial arts in an instant. It could be said that she had already absorbed the advanced theoretical knowledge that Chu Tian had put forward, and based on this foundation, she had collected several outstanding martial arts and martial art. Such a high comprehension. The 4 Black Moon Protectors never thought that their joint attack would be blocked by a normal-looking girl, so they immediately flew into a rage out of shame. What are you 4 doing? Use the 4 Yin 4-phase array. The 4 Protectors were clearly excited. Their individual strengths were not inferior to Yang Miao's. Not to mention the fact that the 4 Black Moon Protectors were inseparable. Although their cultivation techniques were different, they could perfectly combine them, achieving a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Most 3rd True Spirit layer experts were not their match. In this kind of 4 against 1 situation, how could they be afraid of a trivial female? The other elders and even the 4 Protectors knew how strong they were, so they didn't interfere. After all, the people here were all famous great Jew experts, and it wasn't a good reputation for them to bully others with numbers. The 4 Protectors directly gave up on Chu Tian and Meng Yingying because the 4 Protectors could see that Chen Bingyu had the highest cultivation among the 3 of them. They would kill the person with the highest cultivation first, and then they wouldn't have to worry about the others. One was covered in dark blue wind. One was covered in purple-red flames. One was covered in ash-black yin water. One was covered in dark golden rock. The 4 of them suddenly became as fast as ghosts, leaving behind countless afterimages. 4 beams of light intertwined, and a strange array formation appeared out of nowhere. Chen Bingyu was trapped in this array formation, and the 4 Protectors each took a corner of the formation. My sect's 4 Protectors are 4 twin brothers, born as one. Their minds are connected and their innate talents are different, but they can help each other. The cultivation techniques they cultivate come from the same source, combining the 4 into one, making their battle strength even stronger. Endless Yin saw that the array was complete and immediately relaxed. This trivial nameless person wants to break the 4 Protectors. The 4 Protectors all had rare elemental source spirits. This kind of source spirit was very hard to deal with, not to mention the seamless 4 elemental array. Chen Bingyu felt her strength being suppressed. The blizzard that was raging in the main hall could no longer break through the suppression of the array. The Black Moon sect really does have some skills. Meng Yingying indignantly said, they are bullying with numbers, perhaps elder sister Bingyu will suffer a loss. Don't be anxious. Chu Tian had indeed underestimated the Black Moon sect's strength. Chen Bingyu's strength was enough to fight 4 people of the same level, but the coordination between the 4 Protectors was too perfect. It wasn't as simple as numbers. But even like this, he was not anxious to make a move because Chu Tian could vaguely feel that Chen Bingyu was hiding some other strength. Elder sister Bing won't be easily defeated. Chen Bingyu's spirit energy turned into a blizzard that was biting cold, but she was still trapped in the center of the main hall. No matter how fierce she was, she couldn't break through the defense of the 4 Protectors. The 4 Protectors had already begun to attack and suppress Chen Bingyu, but with the Starlight immortal body and her powerful strength, she was fine for a while. This situation was very bad. Fighting 4 people at once consumed several times more spirit energy than the 4 Protectors. If this continued, she would most likely lose due to lack of spirit energy. At this time, the Wind Protector sent out a sharp wind blade. When Chen Bingyu dodged to the side, her black veil was lifted by the wind blade, revealing a cold, beautiful, and mature face. Chen Bingyu was a person over 30 years old, but she looked like she was in her 20s. For her to have this kind of cultivation at her age, she could be considered a genius in the great Jew country. Endless Yin sat on the high throne and said, "You have some skill. If you are willing to serve the Black Moon sect, this one will spare your lives." Humph. Chen Bingyu's eyes revealed a trace of anger. Countless snowflakes began to spin at high speeds, forming an incomparably large ice lotus. Countless flames, water bullets, wind blades, and earth spikes attacked, but before they could even land on Chen Bingyu, they were frozen and lost their power. Chen Bingyu formed a seal with her hands. A white and blue mark appeared between her eyebrows. At this time, a power that seemed to have been sealed in her body suddenly surged out from Chen Bingyu's body. It made her spirit energy increase in a short period of time, gradually surpassing the 2nd true spirit realm. What was going on? What was even stranger was that Chen Bingyu's originally jet-black hair suddenly turned silver-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi. Chu Tian was also shocked. Bloodline power? Big Sister Bing has bloodline power. She's been by my side for this long and I didn't even notice. I'm truly a failure. Bloodline power was a power that came from one's ancestors and bloodline. Southern Xia's Nangong family believed in the immortal bird. Perhaps their ancestors were related to the immortal bird, so they passed their power to their descendants. Only bloodline power had been passed down from ancient times, so it would be buried for a long time. The longer it was, the deeper it would be buried, to the point where it could not be awakened. Not only did Chen Bingyu possess the power of a bloodline, but she was also able to activate this ancient power. With the support of this power, Chen Bingyu's strength would skyrocket by several times. Descent of the ice river. The mark between Chen Bingyu's eyebrows shone brighter and brighter. Her slender and fair hands were covered in blue ice flames. She pressed her left and right hands into the void, releasing large chunks of ice into the surrounding space. It felt as if the air had been frozen and the whole space had been sealed. Retreat. Chu Tian pulled Meng Yingying along and teleported a few hundred meters away with a space leap. The place where he was just standing was instantly frozen. This ice was condensed from spirit energy, so there was no need to condense water into ice. Most of the space in the store was sealed. The elders, including the brothers Flame Ghost and Ice Demon, who could not escape in time, were all sealed by the terrifying ice. These people were not dead. They were sealed. It was too late for the four great protectors to escape. Countless crystal-like ice blocks did not give them any chance to escape. Their terrified postures and terrified expressions were perfectly preserved. Meng Yingying looked at the hall and her mouth could fit an apple, so powerful, a single move filled most of the hall with ice. You. The Black Moon Sect's Vice Sect Master Endless Yin's expression was not filled with shock and anger. He looked at Chen Bingyu in disbelief. You're the great Ju royal family princess that disappeared 18 years ago. You never expected it. Chen Bingyu's silver-white hair danced in the wind, but her eyes were still as cold as before. The great Ju royal family was slaughtered and the last fish that escaped the net was able to live until today. Good. You didn't die 18 years ago, but you've come to our door today. Endless Yin gave an angry roar and charged into the sky. Endless demonic chi turned into a palm that shot out at Chen Bingyu. I'll kill you now. Pang. Endless Yin was in the third true spirit layer. Chen Bingyu didn't have the strength to resist and was sent flying by the palm. Luckily Chen Bingyu didn't have much spirit energy left, but she could still maintain the starlight immortal body, so this attack only caused a light injury to her. Stupid, truly stupid. It was hard for you to escape Great Ju and you had a fortuitous encounter, but you're in a rush to die in Great Ju. Endless Yin stepped in the air with ghostly chi surrounding him. Since it's like this, I can't let you live. Endless Yin raised his hands high up and a deep blue ghost head blade condensed in front of him. Dang! The blade and sword collided. Chu Tian appeared in front of Chen Bingyu and raised the Netherworld sword to block this attack. When he was pushed back by Endless Yin's blade, he grabbed the injured Chen Bingyu and quickly moved to Yingying's side. Are you alright? There was a trace of blood on the corner of Chen Bingyu's lips and her eyes slightly trembled. I'm alright, thank you. You're still a princess. I'm really blind. Don't make fun of me. Chen Bingyu's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. Chu Tian knew that Chen Bingyu's background was not normal, but now was not the time to get to the bottom of it. Leave Big Sister Bingyu to me. Meng Yingying used her movement technique to charge forward. The cultivators outside are about to kill their way in. There are so many of them and we can't beat them, so we can only run away. Run away? Are you stupid? Chu Tian gave a laugh. Haven't you noticed? The Black Moon Sect's elders and protectors are all hostages in our hands. We have the advantage. Do we need to run? Take care of Big Sister Bingyu. I'll beat this fellow up first. Chu Tian handed Chen Bingyu to Meng Yingying. His feet stepped off the ground and he flew into the air with his sword. When he reached the same height as Endless Yin, he circulated his spirit energy and said with a laugh, Ha, 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 the great Ju Black Moon Sect is only SOSO. Your elders and protectors can't even take a single blow. I'll have to experience the Vice Sect Master's strength. After saying this, Chu Tian instantly disappeared and a resplendent sword glow slashed at Endless Yin. This young cultivator from the southern summer country actually took the initiative to attack the Black Moon sect of the 6 great Jew countries. So bold. Endless Yin gave an angry laugh. You're the first to challenge this one with a cultivation in the first true spirit layer. Chapter 464. The Black Moon sect's main hall exploded. Saber chi soared into the sky. The might of this slash almost sent the roof of the hall flying. 2 extremely fast figures charged out. One of them was the Black Moon sect's Vice Sect Master Endless Yin, and the other was a stranger covered in flames that looked like a demon. The 2 of them attacked each other in the air and the saber chi and sword chi collided, causing an explosion. Hong! The 2 of them were sent flying, causing the Black Moon sect disciples to cry out in shock. He's evenly matched with the Vice Sect Master. This is a peak expert of the 5 famous mountains. He uses a sword. Could he be someone from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? No matter who it is, daring to attack in the sect's forbidden area is provoking the Black Moon sect. Open the restriction and the barrier, immediately prepare the talismans and arrows to kill him. The Black Moon sect was thrown into chaos as countless cultivators prepared to attack. No matter how high Chu Tian's cultivation was, with the Heavenly Yin Mountains sect protecting array and tens of thousands of cultivators working together, he had no chance of resisting at all. Stop! Everyone stop! Meng Yingying shattered the wall with a palm and shouted at the people outside, look who is in our hands. If anyone dares to sneak attack, we'll kill them. The Black Moon sect disciples' eyes almost popped out. The wall of the main hall collapsed, and when the dust settled, an incomparably large block of ice appeared in front of them. This ice mountain was completely clear, without any impurities in it. If it wasn't for the light reflecting off the edges and the cold aura, people wouldn't have noticed the existence of this large block of ice. Ah, it's the elders. The disciples of the Shenyan sect were stunned to find that the elders, who were usually respected like gods, were actually all sealed in huge blocks of ice. Most of them were still frozen in a state of panic when they were running away. Although there were still signs of life, they were frozen in the ice and didn't have any ability to move or resist. Meng Yingying supported Chen Bingyu with one hand and slapped the block of ice with the other. On the surface of the large block of ice, several small cracks appeared. Stop! Everyone stop! The Black Moon sect disciples quickly stopped their attacks with talismans and arrows. Too sinister, too despicable, but how did they do it? These elders were all true spirit realm experts. Why were they frozen in the ice mountain? Meng Yingying looked at the Black Moon sect with more and more people, and her heart was a bit worried. This matter was becoming bigger and bigger. She really didn't know how to end it. But this was also good. They would teach the Black Moon sect a lesson first, and Chu Tian's name would spread across the great Jew country. At that time, no one would look down on them when they went to other sects. The 2 of them were on the verge of exchanging blows. Endless Yin was the Black Moon sect's Vice Sect Master, so his Black Moon demonic art had been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. This was one of the Black Moon sect's main inherited cultivation techniques, cultivating extreme yin qi. It could transform into demons and ghosts, making it hard to deal with. Chu Tian released the demon god sword and activated the flame demon transformation. Even so, he was barely able to hold his ground. Endless Yin was filled with rage. These damn fellows dared to capture a sect elder as a hostage. If this matter was spread, the Black Moon sect would lose all face. The only thing they could do now was to defeat them in one fell swoop and use this person as a hostage to deal with the 2 women. Profound Yin malicious ghost. Endless Yin did not hide his strength or slowly probe him. The other side was in the first true spirit layer, and although his battle strength was shocking, his spirit energy was too strong. Endless Yin did not need to worry about consuming his spirit energy at all, he just needed to use his strongest move to deal with him. More than a dozen ferocious-looking ghosts emerged from their bodies. These ghosts were all wearing similar clothes to Endless Yin, but they didn't wear masks, revealing a dried-up skeleton face. They held a purple and black ghost head blade in their hands that released a ghostly mist. They flew through the clouds, flickering as they appeared in all directions around Chu Tian. These were not normal undead monsters, rather they were formed from the extreme yin souls refined by the profound yin demonic art for over 10 years. Each one of them was not inferior to a true spirit cultivator, and if several extreme yin source spirits attacked at the same time, even someone in the third true spirit layer would suffer. So powerful. This was the Vice Sect Master's strength. The Black Moon Sect disciples were filled with excitement. With the battle strength of several dozen profound yin malicious ghosts and the Vice Sect Master's own battle strength, it was hard for them to fight against experts of the same level. After all, he was the Vice Sect leader. His position was high and powerful, and he had exclusive access to resources. Putting everything else aside, just the dozen or so vengeful ghosts alone would require a terrifying amount of resources to refine. After cultivating with this kind of status, it was not strange for him to be stronger than ordinary people of the same level. Chu Tian laughed. I'm truly sorry, if you didn't cultivate a demonic art, perhaps you could fight me. Speaking without thinking, die. Endless Yin's ghost head blade turned into a 10-meter-long blade that slashed out like a dazzling beam. The several dozen profound yin malicious ghosts seized this chance and charged at Chu Tian from all directions. Each person's ghost head blade turned into a 12-meter-long blade that attacked him at the same time. Chu Tian's path of retreat was completely sealed, he had no other choice but to block them. But, even the sacred light body couldn't block this kind of attack. When Chu Tian was about to be dismembered, the several dozen malicious ghosts let out pitiful cries as they exploded one by one. Like smoke, they were all sent to the little white fox, and the little fox swallowed them all in a single bite. What? Endless Yin watched as the profound yin malicious ghosts he had refined for several years was easily destroyed, and he couldn't help revealing a look of disbelief. In this short moment of being stunned, the blade glow slowed down a bit. Chu Tian's eyes turned white and he obtained the innate spatial energy. He jumped out and dodged the attack. Spatial energy, innate spatial energy. Endless Yin was shocked once again. When he turned around, Chu Tian was already standing behind him. The demon god's sword source spirit was summoned and the netherworld sword's power was released to its peak. Endless Yin did not even have time to send out another slash before Chu Tian suddenly disappeared. He turned into 8 figures that appeared beside him at the same time. 8 of them were real and 8 of them were condensing an attack. Netherworld clone slash. Chu Tian did not waste time as he used his strongest sword move. Endless Yin found 8 dazzling sword glows that charged at him with extreme speed and might. Even with Endless Yin's strength, he could only block 5 of them and 3 sword glows fell onto him at the same time. Ah! Endless Yin gave a pitiful cry as his protective cultivation technique was broken. Although he wasn't cut into pieces, he was still heavily injured as he fell down from the sky. The Black Moon Sect's disciples almost collapsed. The sect elder had been captured as a hostage and now even the respected Vice Sect Master had been defeated by the other side. Was the Black Moon Sect really going to suffer a large loss this time? Chu Tian released the flame demon transformation and grabbed the heavily injured Endless Yin, placing his sword across his neck. Meng Yingying revealed a look of joy. There was another heavyweight captive. Then they could extort the Black Moon Sect. The Black Moon Sect was a sect with thousands of years of history. They had accumulated quite a bit. It was unknown if they had spatial crystals. Endless Yin was still conscious. His sword wound wasn't heavy, but the netherworld ghost flame was too sinister. His cultivation needed to suppress the netherworld flame that was invading his body, so he couldn't resist it at all. Do you think you can leave the heavenly Yin mountain alive like this? Ha, ha, you don't need to worry about this. Chu Tian retreated to the square. He grabbed Endless Yin with one hand and waved his sword with the other. Your Vice Sect Master is in my hands now, let's talk about the ransom conditions. These madmen. They actually wanted to capture the Vice Sect Master to extort the sect. Even if they captured the Elder and the Vice Sect Master, would they be able to relax? Once the various restrictions of the Heavenly Yin Mountain were activated, even if they had wings, they wouldn't be able to fly out of the Heavenly Yin Mountain. Once the Heavenly Yin Mountain's protective array was activated, they would be destroyed in an instant. What confidence did he have to act so arrogantly here? But the Elder and Vice Sect Master were captured. Most of the Black Moon sect's high-level members had fallen into the hands of these people, and the Black Moon sect couldn't even find a leader. You call yourself the Great Summer Country's envoy, but I think you are just helpers that woman brought. I'm telling you, the Great Jew royal family has no hope. They have already been completely destroyed. What kind of storm can a trivial princess cause? Although I don't know who you are, there won't be a good ending for meddling in the Great Jew country's matters. Endless Yin gritted his teeth. This was the only possibility. The Great Summer Country had just been established, so why would they have a falling out with the heavenly Yin mountain of the 6 famous Great Jew countries? They wouldn't do something like this unless they were crazy, but I'm very sorry. Chu Tian's mind was indeed different from normal people's. The Great Jew royal family's princess? Chu Tian really didn't know Chen Bingyu's identity. The Great Jew royal family was slaughtered and Chen Bingyu was the only fish that escaped the net. This also explained why Chen Bingyu wandered alone and finally joined the Nangong family as a guest official in Imperial City, staying with the Nangong family for 10 years. Chu Tian didn't know what was going on, but it didn't matter, he would figure it out sooner or later. He had the advantage now. Chen Bingyu had sealed most of the Black Moon sect's high-level members. With these people's lives in his hands, the Black Moon sect wouldn't take any risks, so there was room for negotiation. The 3 of them were not afraid of the Black Moon sect at all. If the situation wasn't good, the 3 of them could return to Central State City or Miracle City in minutes, even taking a few hostages along the way. Unless, the Black Moon sect had a powerful existence that could instantly kill the 3 of them, making it so they couldn't even activate their transport scrolls, but this possibility was very small. If Chu Tian used all his cards, not to mention someone like Endless Yin, even a spirit transformation expert wouldn't be able to instantly kill the 3 of them. Why hasn't the Black Moon sect's true boss appeared yet? Where is he? Quickly say it. Humph, if the sect master wasn't in closed-door cultivation, how could you be so arrogant? 10 minutes. Chu Tian placed his sword on Endless Yin's neck. Call your sect master out to see me, otherwise I'll cut this fellow. You. No need. When the Black Moon sect's people were filled with rage, a voice came from the sky. I'm already here. Chapter 465. 10 figures were carrying a coffin carved out of red crystal. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy bloody mist as they crossed the sky. The coffin was lifelike, and there were demons and monsters carved on it. A thick murderous aura filled the entire sky, creating a strong sense of oppression. Meng Yingying was a bit nervous. The strongest seems to be coming out. Chu Tian slightly raised his brows. 1,000-year corpse monster. The 10 people carrying the coffin were not living people at all, rather they were 10 yin corpses. They were covered in red corpse hair and were covered in evil red corpse poison. These were all characteristics of a corpse monster. These were 10 corpse monsters with true spirit cultivation, each one being in the 2nd true spirit layer. 10 second true spirit layer corpse monsters were enough to sweep through the Great Jew country, but what was even more terrifying was that these 10 corpse monsters had clear eyes. 10 pairs of eyes gathered together, and it was like they were looking at Chu Tian from afar. Trying to be mysterious, Chu Tian released his mind's lamp divine sense and swept over the corpse monsters. He was surprised to find that the corpse monsters had weak thoughts and spiritual energy fluctuations, which meant that these 10 corpse monsters had a certain level of intelligence. Chu Tian gathered his divine sense and entered the coffin in the middle. Hong! A strong divine sense came from the red coffin and instantly blocked Chu Tian's divine sense. The divine sense from both sides collided in the air, and Chu Tian's divine sense could not break through the other side's divine sense barrier. Your divine sense isn't bad. A voice came from the red coffin. This voice was not real, but rather it was directly transmitted to people's minds through the mind's lamp divine sense. Just a bit off. Chu Tian had never suffered a loss in terms of divine sense before. The Black Moon sect's sect master clearly had the mind's lamp divine sense like Chu Tian. This kind of divine sense could jump out of detection and directly affect a target. What was not simple was that his divine sense was a bit stronger than Chu Tian's. Is that so? Chu Tian's pupils abruptly turned golden. The divine sense power that was originally surrounding the coffin suddenly condensed into an invisible divine sense sword, which abruptly pierced through the divine sense barrier of the mysterious Yin sect's sect master. It was true that the spiritual sense of the mysterious dark sect's sect master was slightly stronger than that of Chu Tian, but Chu Tian had transformed his spiritual sense into an invisible spiritual sword. Thus, the spiritual sense barrier of the mysterious dark sect's sect master was like a big and fragile bubble, which could be broken with a casual poke. Ah! The headmaster of the mysterious dark sect cried out in alarm as soon as he was hit by Chu Tian's spiritual sense. The strings of the 10 corpse demons that were carrying the coffin were cut off, and they immediately fell from the sky. The huge coffin also fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Chu Tian's face was filled with surprise. This was because when he probed the coffin with his divine sense, the appearance of the mysterious dark sect's sect master appeared in front of him. It was actually a little girl who was slightly more than a meter tall and had 2 sheephorn braids. She looked to be at most 10 years old and had a childish look on her face. There's no mistake. Chu Tian had a puzzled look on his face. The mysterious dark sect's sect master is a stinky brat. Rude, you're the one who hasn't reached adulthood yet. The coffin suddenly opened and a figure flew into the sky. It was the little girl that Chu Tian had just seen, but her face was pale like she hadn't seen the sun in 100 years. Her little body was wearing a large red robe, looking like a doll at first glance. However, the mysterious dark sect's sect master's eyes were dark red, revealing a maturity that didn't match her appearance. I am the mysterious dark sect's 18th generation sect master Yin spirit. I have been the sect master for 15 years. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. The mysterious dark sect's cultivators all bowed down. Although the sect master did not look shocking, she was not simple. She was the most outstanding person in the mysterious dark sect in the last 1,000 years. She had cultivated the sect's profound dark devil art, demon corpse technique, and 9 netherworld meditation art to the perfection realm, combining it with her own situation to create a cultivation technique that she named after herself, the Yin Spirit Scripture. This cultivation technique was not inferior to the cultivation techniques of the 6 famous mountains, so it could be said that although the mysterious dark sect's sect master was the youngest of the 6 famous mountains, she was a genius of the present age. Chu Tian revealed a smile. This 10-year-old little girl's sect master was indeed a bit older, but she was around the same age as Chen Bingyu. She should be less than 40 years old, but because she cultivated a special cultivation technique or had a special bloodline or physique, she maintained the appearance of a 10-year-old little girl. The 10 corpse monsters all stood up and returned to their sides. Yin Spirit's little body floated up and floated in the middle of the 10 Yin corpses, as if she had no weight at all. Because she had just suffered a loss, the great sect master felt very embarrassed. Her childish face revealed a fierce expression as she spoke in a childish voice, a trivial divine sense secret technique. This one doesn't put it in my eyes at all. Why did you cause trouble in the heavenly Yin mountain and capture my mysterious dark sect's people? Chu Tian understood Yin spirit strength. 4th true spirit layer cultivation, heaven spirit realm strength. Perhaps it wouldn't be easy to deal with her. Not to mention that Chu Tian could feel that Yin spirit energy was very strange and strong. She most likely had many ancient cultivation techniques and she had cultivated them all to the perfection realm. Her battle strength was even stronger than Clark and the other locals. Chu Tian did not say anything and Endless Yin said, "That black-clothed girl is the great Zhu royal family's princess. They must have come to take revenge for the great Zhu royal family. Don't worry about us, sect master. Please make your move." Meng Yingying revealed a strange expression. Did these people make a mistake? Take revenge for the great Zhu royal family? There was no such thing. Great Zhu royal family? The great Zhu royal family did not have a royal family. In the past, the great Zhu royal family was raised by the 6 famous mountains in the secular world, but who would have thought that this fellow would have a hidden bloodline power? They had been hiding their strength, trying to become the 7th power of the great Zhu country and control the entire secular world. Yin Spirit thought back while saying in a childish voice, "It has to be said, the great Zhu king almost succeeded in the past. 18 years ago, the great Zhu royal family's strength was close to the 6 famous mountains. He only used a few generations to reach this step. This is truly amazing. Bloodline cultivators cannot be underestimated. So it was like this. Chu Tian understood what was going on. Under the lead of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the 6 famous mountains attacked the great Zhu royal family. The Black Moon sect's master was my master in the past. Although he did not participate in the attack, the royal family's destruction was not the fault of the 6 famous mountains, rather they destroyed themselves. Yin Spirit said in an old voice, if you don't consider yourself, you are nothing more than a nouveau riche. If you want to challenge the thousands of years of the 6 famous mountains, what difference is there from seeking death? Chu Tian nodded. What she said was a bit reasonable. Chen Bingyu furrowed her eyebrows. Her memories of what happened 18 years ago were already hazy. She knew just how powerful the 6 famous mountains were, so she had buried this matter deep within her heart. Although her parents and siblings had been brutally murdered and she had always been filled with resentment, she had never thought about revenge. These fellows must have misunderstood. Chu Tian did not know about her matter at all. Yin Spirit warned, even if she is the last princess of the great Zhu royal family, the great Zhu royal family has already been destroyed, so she can't give you any promises. This one doesn't know what power is behind you, but if you go against the 6 famous mountains for her, this is not a rational thing to do. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. Then how do you want to deal with us? Return the vice sect master and the elders, as well as this so-called great Zhu princess. Then cut off an arm as punishment and this one will swear in the name of the sect master to let you go. Pay, dream on. Meng Yingying shouted, we won't hand over big sister Bingyu. If you have the skills, then come and catch me. Yin Spirit was filled with rage. She had already made a large concession. These fellows still dared to be this arrogant. Chu Tian's eyes turned. The sect master's corpse refining skills aren't weak, actually having 10 corpse monsters as guards. Only, I don't know how strong these corpse monsters are. Humph, it's more than enough to deal with these 3-legged cats. Since the sect master says this, then let's play a game. Chu Tian said with a smile, actually this one knows a bit about corpse refining, so I'll use my refined yin corpses to challenge the sect master's yin corpses. If the sect master wins, we'll release them unconditionally, and if the sect master loses, you'll help us and the great Zhu princess rebuild the royal family. Of course you can refuse at that time and we'll just watch the hostage being killed. What do you think? Yin Spirit seemed like she had heard the funniest joke in the world as she began to laugh. The other Black Moon sect people looked at each other in blank dismay. The 10 corpse monsters were in front of them. Was this fellow blind? He actually wanted to compete with the sect master in corpse refining. Could it be that he could take out yin corpses stronger than the 10 corpse monsters? Meng Yingying and Chen Bingyu were a bit stunned, naturally understanding what Chu Tian wanted to do. Chen Bingyu looked at Chu Tian's figure and found it a bit hard to believe. Rebuild the great Zhu royal family? He wasn't joking, right? I'll bet with you, but where are your yin corpses? Don't worry, they're all here. Chu Tian took out 18 small scrolls and placed them on the ground. These scrolls were spatial storage scrolls made from the leftover materials of the space tower, so they could be used to store the 18 divine servants. Come out. The 18 spatial storage scrolls automatically opened and the compressed space inside was released. 18 dark golden-skinned figures appeared in front of them. They were the 18 divine servants that Chu Tian had spent a lot of time and effort to make. Yin Spirit said with a face filled with astonishment, what kind of yin corpses are these? The 18 divine servants released by Chu Tian completely subverted Yin Spirit's understanding of yin corpses. Yin corpses were divided into black yin corpses, white yin corpses, corpse monsters, and corpse kings. Unless it was a corpse king, the yin corpses would be covered in fur. How could this fellow release a corpse king? The 18 yin corpses looked very strange, but the energy fluctuations they released were around the same as the corpse monsters, even being a bit weaker. How did you refine them? You want to learn? Unorthodox methods, what's there to learn? Yin Spirit disdainfully said, I'll let you see how strong the corpse monsters controlled by the Yin Spirit scripture are. She didn't see any movements. The 10 yin corpses took the initiative to take a step forward. Chu Tian understood. Using divine sense to control them, this was why when Yin Spirit's divine sense failed in midair, the yin corpses immediately lost control. This is only a yin corpses competition. Yin Spirit was worried that the same thing would happen again. If you dare use divine sense to control them, then the bet will be invalid. Don't blame me for being impolite at that time. Divine sense was very easy to control corpses. But because of this, experts skilled in divine sense attacks were the bane of Yin Spirit's corpse control techniques. Yin Spirit knew her own weakness, so she made her divine sense this strong. There was no one in the great Zhu country that could make her suffer a loss, but this Chu Tian was the first. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'm a person with a competitive spirit. Come at me if you have any skills. Yin Spirit's hands quickly formed seals and 10 seals fell onto the 10 Yin corpses. Yin Spirit seal, external body incarnation. The 10 corpse monsters seemed to be filled with some kind of power. Roar. The 10 corpse monsters released a powerful strength, forming their own source spirits. Even Chu Tian was shocked this time. What was this? The corpse monsters also had source spirit. Yin Spirit revealed a proud smile. It's too late to regret now. Chapter 466. The 10 corpse monsters released their source spirits. These source spirits were very special. They were all in the shape of ghosts and skeletons. There was wind, fire, water, darkness, and thunder, but most of them had different attributes. Some were good at long-range attacks and some were good at close combat. Yin Spirit's power was pushed to the peak and her source spirit was released. Chu Tian had seen many strange source spirits in his 2 lives. The young Miss Book source spirit, Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit, and the Dongfang family's armament source spirit, these were all considered rare source spirits. Other than these, Chu Tian had seen mountains and rivers as source spirits, forests as source spirits, suns and moons as source spirits, and even gods and demons like him as source spirits. It was reasonable to say that no matter how strange, Chu Tian was used to it. But when he saw Yin Spirit's source spirit, he was still stunned. The space with Yin Spirit as the center was filled with darkness, being corroded by a strong death aura. Tombstones were erected around it, forming a graveyard in a short period of time. It wasn't a real graveyard. It was an image formed from spirit energy. In other words, it was Yin Spirit's source spirit. This fellow's source spirit was in the shape of a graveyard. Chu Tian had never seen a graveyard as a source spirit before. There really were many strange things in this world. The 10 graves in Yin Spirit's graveyard source spirit had already been emptied. It was the 10 child source spirits from the graveyard source spirit that entered the Yin corpses, giving them the power of a source spirit. Each Yin corpse had some kind of connection with Yin Spirit. They had already become Yin Spirit's incarnations and could use cultivation techniques with source spirits. Everything Yin Spirit had learned, she had already poured it into the Yin corpses through her source spirit, allowing each Yin corpse to have several perfection realm cultivation techniques. This is the Yin Spirit scripture created by this one. Yin Spirit only cared about wildly laughing. The 10 corpse monsters spoke at the same time, speaking in place of Yin Spirit. What will your Yin corpses use to fight this one? We haven't even started fighting yet, don't be in a rush to talk big. Alright, then I'll let you understand why you lost. The 10 great corpse demons were surrounded by demonic energy as they soared into the sky. Countless ghosts continuously entered and exited their bodies. Finally, they all gathered in their hands and condensed into a huge black seal. Profound Yin palm print. The 18 divine servants didn't even have the chance to attack. 10 incomparably ferocious profound Yin palm prints swept over, and they simply had no power to resist. In an instant, they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. When Meng Yingying saw this horrifying scene, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Oh my god, these corpse demons also know this kind of top-notch secret technique. Chen Bingyu said with a serious expression, Yin Spirit's cultivation has reached the perfection realm. In terms of attack strength and aura, a single corpse monster's attack power is close to that Vice Sect Master Endless Yin. Although these corpse monsters are all in the second true spirit layer, the corpse poison and strength of the corpse monsters are not weak. Adding on what Yin Spirit has learned and several perfection realm cultivation techniques, she might not lose to a third true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying said in a voice of disbelief, how could there be such a powerful cultivation technique in this world? Actually, this cultivation technique is flawed because the corpse monsters don't have spirit energy and their power comes from Yin Spirit. Chen Bingyu said with a calm expression, This also means that Yin spirit has released the 10 child source spirits in her main source spirit, so her source spirit has been crippled. Most of her spirit energy has been poured into the corpse monsters, which also means that Yin spirit has become very weak. Although she still has the strength of a 4th true spirit layer cultivator, without the support of her source spirit, she can only be considered a normal 4th true spirit layer cultivator. Meng Yingying said with an emotional sigh, although she has weakened herself, she still has the ability to protect herself. No matter what, she is still very, very strong. Ha, ha, ha. Yin spirit was as excited as a child that had received a lollipop. Defeated, they've all been defeated. Your Yin corpses can't even take a single blow. An interesting source spirit, an interesting cultivation technique, truly a talent. Chu Tian rubbed his chin as he looked at Yin spirit. I've found that I like you a bit, you should just come with me. Yin spirit was filled with disgust. Scram. You've already lost. She swallowed her words before she could finish because the divine servants that had been knocked down were now standing up one by one. Moreover, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Even if they were hit by such a strong profound Yin large palm, there wasn't a single scratch on their skin. Their dark golden skin was like polished copper, giving people a mysterious feeling of being invulnerable. Your Yin corpses seem a bit strange. What will shock you is yet to come. Yin spirit gave a snort. Wasn't it just a bit sturdy? She didn't believe there were Yin corpses she couldn't break, so she controlled the corpse monsters and used the Black Moon sect's secret techniques. Profound Yin large palm seal. Destruction cross swords. Extreme Yin demonic shadow slash. The 10 corpse monsters fully displayed their strength. Basically anything Yin spirit knew, the 10 corpse monsters knew. With their perfection realm cultivation techniques and various secret techniques and martial arts, their attacks were like a violent storm. The divine servants were sent flying again and again, smashing into the ground, only to stand up again and again. Chu Tian seemed like he was deliberately not fighting back. His hands were crossed in front of his chest like he was watching a play. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as time went by, Yin spirit's mood went from shock to amazement, and finally to despair. No matter how strong the attack was, even if the divine servants were smashed, it was useless. They could recover in a short period of time. The consumption was increasing. She couldn't even kill a single divine servant. Why was it like this? Could it be that these Yin corpses had undying bodies? Chu Tian saw Yin spirit say with a smile, I was hoping that the sect master would come up with something new, but I never thought that you would be at your wits' end this quickly. Your Yin corpses don't seem like much. Yin spirit's pale little face instantly turned dark. The 10 corpse monsters were Yin spirit's pride, but in Chu Tian's eyes, they were like a joke. This was simply trampling on her dignity. How could she not be angry? Chu Tian became even more aggressive as he said, actually this kind of bet is very unfair to you. After all, your strength is not on the same level. If this is spread, others will say that I'm bullying a little girl. I suggest we change the method. Have your Yin corpses stand together and as long as they can block a single attack from a divine servant, I'll lose this bet. Going too far. Going too far. Yin spirit flew into a rage. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. This is just a small suggestion out of goodwill. If you really don't accept it, then I have no choice but to keep fighting like this. Yin spirit's teeth almost shattered from gritting. The 10 corpse monsters couldn't do anything to the 18 divine servants at all. The corpse monsters had already lost over half their strength and if they continued to be consumed, they wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Alright, since you dare be this arrogant, then let me see just what kind of arrogance you have. The 10 corpse monsters formed a triangular formation. They transmitted their strength to each other, instantly forming a black barrier. Each Yin corpse had a layer of black armor on their bodies, releasing 2 layers of defense at the same time. Yin spirit said in a cold voice, this is a double layer of defense formed by the heavenly demon barrier and the heavenly demon armor, let's see how you break it. A divine attendant walked out, her power slowly spreading out of her body. Runes appeared on the surface of her dark golden skin, and a hazy halo gradually enveloped her body. From weak to bright, it quickly returned, like a snow-white cocoon wrapping the divine attendant's body tightly. Yin spirit could clearly feel the energy released from the divine servant's body. Although it wasn't strong, It gave people a feeling of a god descending from the heavens. The divine servant's aura quickly accumulated during this process, just like countless rivers gathering together to form an ocean. The divine servant suddenly cut her arm and dark golden blood flowed out of her skin. Yin spirit had attacked the divine servant for a long time, but the divine servant had not shed a single drop of blood from beginning to end. It was like this monster did not have any blood at all, and the dark golden blood flowed down her arm, finally covering it like a layer of wax. Prepare yourself. My attack is coming. With Chu Tian's kind reminder, the divine servant's power was released and her aura was condensed to the peak. She was like a cannonball as she charged in front of the 10 yin corpses. The light around her body shined brightly as she suddenly raised her right arm and slammed it into the black barrier. The divine servant's white light flowed into her right arm, and when it was released from her fist, the white light was mixed with large amounts of dark golden light. This attack was not considered strong, not even reaching the third true spirit layer. In terms of energy, it was impossible for it to break the barrier. However, the result of a drop of water falling on the rain cloth and a drop of magma falling on the rain was completely different. The power of the divine servants was mixed with divine power, and now, with the support of the god's blood that could break through any curse or darkness, the black barrier did not have the slightest bit of resistance, and was almost completely shattered in an instant. The protective cultivation techniques around the corpse monsters all collapsed. It was like the 10 corpse monsters had been washed by magma. Smoke came out of their 7 orifices and their bodies were burnt black as they fell to the ground one by one. At this time, the divine servant released all the energy in her body and she also fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The 10 corpse monsters that the Black Moon sect was proud of. They had been defeated by a single punch from a divine servant. Yin spirit couldn't accept this reality no matter what. After being stunned for several minutes, she suddenly screamed, "No, my corpse monsters, you bastard, do you know how long I used to refine them? Destroyed, you destroyed them all. I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you." Yin spirit was like an angry gambler. She was like a child whose last toy had been stolen. In short, the bet had already been thrown to the back of her mind. Even if she had to kill all the hostages, Yin spirit would kill this damn fellow. This bastard had destroyed all her years of hard work. Why is the sect master so angry? Your corpse monsters have not been destroyed, they can still be used after being repaired. Chu Tian ignored Yin spirit's killing intent and anger as he said with a face that was asking for a beating, "But after seeing the might of the divine servant, can you still look at these normal things?" Yin spirit was suddenly silent as her face was filled with defeat and depression. She looked at the divine servant with a look of incomparable envy. Comparing her carefully refined corpse monsters to these divine servants, it was like comparing a dung pit stone to a top-quality gem. Chu Tian said in a bewitching voice, "These divine servants are my work and I have some leftover materials, so I can turn your yin corpses into divine servants." Really? Yin spirit revealed a happy expression, as if she had forgotten her hatred towards Chu Tian. However, she immediately became vigilant. "Don't think that you can buy the entire Black Moon sect like this. Little sister, this isn't right. I, Chu Tian, never like taking advantage of people, especially a minor like you." Chu Tian shook his head. "Cooperation, it is cooperation. The Black Moon sect and Miracle Commerce will cooperate. We will definitely achieve a win-win situation. You're not allowed to call me little sister. This one is older than you." Yin spirit thought of something. "Wait, you said you're Chu Tian? Miracle Commerce's Chu Tian? Sect master has heard of this one's little name. It truly is an honor. Can we have a proper talk? Since we're talking about cooperation, you should at least show a bit of sincerity." Chu Tian released endless yin and waved his hand at Chen Bingyu. Chen Bingyu understood and immediately released the seal, freeing the Black Moon sect elders and protectors from their frozen state. He released the hostages like this. He was just too bold. The Black Moon sect disciples saw this and immediately surrounded the 3 of them. "You can all leave," Yin spirit called out, stopping the sect disciples. She looked at Chu Tian. "Good courage, you really are someone. Let's go in and talk." Chapter 467. Chu Tian was smiling as he sat at the table with one leg crossed over the other. The little fox was lazily lying on his shoulder yawning, with Chen Bingyu on his left and Meng Yingying on his right, with the 18 divine servants standing behind him. If people didn't know the situation, they would think that Chu Tian was a rich family's young master, holding beauties on his left and right, participating in a tea party with bodyguard. In contrast, there were several dozen angry Black Moon sect elders, protectors, vice sect master Endless Yin, and the others. These people were all famous people in the Great Jew country. Even a casual stomp of their feet could shake the Great Jew country, but they could only stare at Chu Tian, unable to do anything. Sect master, why do we have to negotiate with this bastard? This fellow has caused the Black Moon sect to lose face. If today's matter were to be spread, our 2,000 years of reputation will be lost. Where will the Heavenly Yin Mountain's 10,000 years of prestige go? Kill him. The Black Moon sect's people angrily shouted. The actions of Chu Tian's group were hard to forgive. This matter would not only affect their personal reputation, it would also shame the Heavenly Yin Mountain, one of Great Jew's famous mountains. Would the 1,000 years of accumulation be destroyed in the hands of a little brat? Yin Spirit's little body was around 10 years old, adding in her red robe that didn't have a single wrinkle, it made her look like a little doll. Where did she have the aura of a sect master at all? But she was sitting in the middle of the old men, giving people a very strange feeling. No matter how angry the elders and vice sect master were, her expression didn't change at all. Her large black eyes curiously looked at Chu Tian. She didn't understand why Chu Tian was so fearless without a hostage in his hands. Yin Spirit had a cultivation in the 4th true spirit layer and several dozen powerful elders and protectors, as well as tens of thousands of elite cultivators. If she wanted to kill a few people, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Whether it was the cool and indifferent Chen Bingyu, the young and immature Meng Yingying, or the mysterious Chu Tian, the three of them had never shown any signs of worry. This meant that they definitely had something to rely on. But what was it that they were relying on? Hey, little sister sect master, can you make these fellows who are barking like dogs shut up? Chu Tian changed to a more comfortable position and leaned against the chair. What we are going to talk about is related to the fate of the mysterious dark sect. Why are you making such a fuss? I'll say it again, don't call me little girl. Yin Spirit seemed like she hated this title. Her little hand slapped the stone table and the entire hall trembled. Your actions have already caused serious damage to the Heavenly Yin Mountain. I'm not considering any cooperation right now, rather I'm considering how to deal with the three of you. The cooperation between the Black Moon sect and Miracle Commerce is beneficial. As for damaging the reputation of the Heavenly Yin Mountain, I'm very sorry, this was not my original intention. But speaking of this, a bit of loss is better than being destroyed. Chu Tian's words were no different from a naked threat. The era of the Great Jew country's 6 famous mountains is about to come to an end. The Great Jew country will soon have a storm that will reshuffle the cards. It doesn't matter if you want to see it or not, but it will happen. Anyone that tries to stop the wheel of fate will be ruthlessly crushed to pieces. Too arrogant. Endless Yin angrily roared, you want to topple the 6 famous mountains with just you? That's right, just me. Chu Tian was not polite at all. Actually, even if I don't interfere, once the Northern Eagle Burial Kingdom attacks, there won't be a single egg left intact. The Great Jew country can't do anything alone. Even if we close our sect and hide from the world, without resources from the secular world, how can the 6 famous mountains develop? Not to mention the Eagle Burial Kingdom has as many experts as clouds. It's a problem if your mountain protecting array can block them. Not to mention establishing your sect, you might not even be able to protect your old ancestors' grave. The elders were so angry that they were about to explode. This kind of arrogant attitude and this kind of taunting tone, how could these fellows tolerate this? Yin Spirit's little hand came out of her sleeve and placed it on the table. There was a flash of cold light in her eyes. I know that President Chu is very interesting and I know that Miracle Commerce has some new toys, but you have to understand that there are many things in this world that can't be bought with just a few source stones. This Chu believes that there is nothing that can't be discussed in this world. If a few source stones can't be bought, then what about several dozen, several hundred, several tens of thousands, several 100 million, several 100 billion, or even several trillion? Chu Tian revealed a very enticing smile. If you can give enough benefits, how hard would it be to buy the entire Black Moon sect? Yin Spirit revealed two cute little canines as she revealed a smile. This one will listen to what price President Chu can offer. Within half a year, the Black Moon sect will become the #1 sect in the Great Jew country. Whether it is a normal sect or a small sect, or the 6 famous mountains, the entire Great Jew country will have to listen to the heavenly Yin mountain. Everyone's eyes popped out. Didn't this fellow know the weight of these words? The 6 famous mountains had been fighting for over 1,000 years. Even if a sect could stand out for a while, their glory would only last 100 years. This was because once a famous mountain surpassed the other mountains by too much, the 5 famous mountains would work together to keep them in check. There had never been a sect that could suppress the other 5 mountains by themselves. Wasn't doing it in half a year nonsense. Chu Tian did not finish as he stretched out 3 fingers. Within 3 years, the Black Moon sect will cover the surrounding large and small countries. The Black Moon sect will become the strongest sect in this territory and the richest sect. This was even more nonsense. Yin Spirit giggled. President Chu really knows how to joke. With your miracle commerce's little ability, you actually dare to boast like this. This is just too funny. Little sister, the sect master thinking this means that you don't understand miracle commerce. Damn. Yin Spirit was filled with anger as she slapped off a piece of the stone table. I already said not to call me little sister. Chu Tian did not care about Yin Spirit's anger at all. Look at the 18 divine servants behind me. Do you still think miracle commerce is a normal company? Humph, I admit that the divine servants aren't bad, but so what? Yin Spirit's eyes were filled with a strong desire when she looked at the divine servants. If her Yin Spirit scripture combined with these divine servants, just how strong would they be? You still can't prove your abilities, right? Could it be that just because of a word from you, the entire Black Moon sect will support you? You really think too highly of yourselves. What you say is reasonable. Chu Tian's eyes turned. Does your sect have spatial crystals? Spatial crystals are very precious, but the heavenly Yin mountain has been around for tens of thousands of years, so naturally we have some. Why are you asking this? That's great. Chu Tian said, I'll immediately help you transform 10 Yin corpses and you can use the spatial crystals to pay for this. I think this business will not be a loss for you. You can turn my Yin corpses into divine servants. This won't do. I don't have a lot of materials left. However, although I can't completely transform them into divine servants, they're not far from it. They'll have recovery abilities close to that of divine servants and around 50% of divine servants' divine power. These undead puppets are called death servants. Yin Spirit knew that she couldn't be as strong as the divine servants, so she was a bit dissatisfied. However, hearing that she could have the strong recovery power of the divine servants, this was a large temptation to her. At least if she used spatial crystals to exchange for it, she wouldn't suffer a loss. Spatial crystals were rare, but what could they be used for? It was nothing more than creating some storage tools. Even if the death servants weren't as strong as the divine servants, they were still very strong and hard to deal with puppets. These monsters that couldn't even be killed had decent strength, and with Yin Spirit's unique cultivation technique, they would all become incarnations, possessing terrifying strength. This was enough to increase the Black Moon sect's strength by a large amount. The most important thing was that the death servants were undead monsters. This kind of monster wouldn't die of old age and could be passed down as a treasure of the Black Moon sect. What do you want the spatial crystals for? I'm planning on building a transport tower for the Black Moon sect. Once this transport tower is built in the Black Moon sect, the Black Moon sect will undergo earth-shattering changes. Chu Tian said this before adding, however, what you need to pay attention to is that this transport tower isn't a free gift. Whether you agree to cooperate with Miracle Commerce or not, this transport tower will be an additional condition. The Black Moon sect can choose whether or not to keep the transport tower. If we keep it, then it will be the same as Miracle Commerce buying shares. A third of the Black Moon sect will belong to Miracle Commerce, and as for Little Sister Sect Master, you will be an employee of Miracle Commerce from now on. The expressions of the others fell. Bold. This person has wild ambitions, he actually wants to swallow the Black Moon sect. They had never heard of a sect being able to buy shares. This was simply nonsense. Yin Spirit gritted her teeth. This one is the respected Black Moon sect's master. You dare let this one run to the company as an employee? Don't speak so early. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not, the choice is in your hands. If you choose not to keep the transport tower, I can't force you, I can only dismantle it and recycle the materials. As for you, you can at least obtain 10 death servants. No matter how you look at this, the Black Moon sect will not suffer a loss. Yin Spirit carefully considered it. She didn't know what the transport tower was, but she didn't think there would be any danger. Since she was watching from the side, there shouldn't be any problems. All right. Yin Spirit made her decision. I agree. You can make that transport tower for me. I want to see what you're planning. The Black Moon sect took out all the spatial crystals they had stored in their sect. Chu Tian counted them and found that they had enough for one transport tower, so he collected them all and had Meng Yingying build the transport tower. Chu Tian took the rest of the divine blood to help Yin Spirit transform her precious yin corpses. The transport tower would take several days to build. But it didn't matter, Chu Tian was not in a rush. Chapter 468. Other than refining Yin Spirit's death servants, Chu Tian did not stay idle. He swallowed pills every day to increase his cultivation base. Now miracle commerce was in the center of the forest of chaos and there was a bustling Oldman small town market. All kinds of resources were flowing into miracle commerce, so Chu Tian and his group were the happiest cultivators. Taking out a bottle of pills from their pockets was enough to make normal rogue cultivators fight over them. The pills Meng Yingying ate every week was equivalent to several years of savings for a normal rogue cultivator. Under these conditions, even if one's talent was mediocre, they could still become a peak expert. Of course, the pills they bought were mainly normal sacred herbs. These sacred herbs could be refined into pills that could increase one's cultivation base, but they still needed to slowly grow and accumulate. Heaven and earth treasures that could allow a person to instantly break through 1 or 2 layers were hard to buy even with miracle commerce's current wealth and channels. This kind of thing required a certain amount of luck. After Chu Tian fought the lick and swallowed the star marrow pill, as well as a period of cultivation, his cultivation base should have stabilized at the peak first true spirit layer. On this day, he suddenly felt that an opportunity had matured. The chance to increase his cultivation base was here. Chu Tian didn't want to waste this state, so he immediately found a closed-door elder cave in the Black Moon sect. The Heavenly Yin Mountain was one of the great Zhu country's 6 spiritual mountains. This paradise was filled with spiritual energy and was suitable for cultivation. However, Chu Tian didn't rely on the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein to increase his cultivation base, so he directly took out an eye of the star. The starlight immortal body began to circulate. Chu Tian felt an incomparably pure power of the stars seeping into his body along with the circulation of his cultivation technique. Chu Tian couldn't help but be covered in a layer of starlight. From weak to strong, from bright to dark, the intensity of the starlight became higher and higher. His entire body was covered in light from inside out, basically turning into a man of light. The eye of the star in his hand became smaller and smaller. This eye of the star's volume was directly converted into astral energy, enough to maintain the transport tower's operation for 10 years. Now that it was all absorbed into Chu Tian's body, it was constantly attacking every cell in his body, causing every part of his body to undergo a transformation. The color of the dazzling white light suddenly changed and actually disappeared in the air, transforming into a wave that was released. Boom! A loud sound came from the top of the Heavenly Yin Mountain. Yin Spirit floated in front of a large barrel, happily looking at the 10 death servants being transformed by the divine blood. She was shocked by the large explosion. Could it be that someone was attacking the mountain? Yin Spirit quickly flew out, floating 50 meters in the air. When she looked from afar, she saw a large mass of starlight explode in the sky, instantly blooming into the horizon. A resplendent sea of stars unfolded like a beautiful painting. Such a bizarre scene attracted countless onlookers. Everyone in the Black Moon sect was very curious and shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Yin Spirit's little body floated in the air, just like a little doll wearing a red dress. She could feel the attribute of this power, Wasn't it the defensive cultivation technique that these people cultivated? This kind of defensive strength was not inferior to any perfection realm cultivation technique that Yin spirit knew. Could it be that this cultivation technique could become even stronger? What kind of powerful cultivation technique was this? Yin spirit couldn't help thinking that if she could learn this cultivation technique, wouldn't she be able to use the Yin spirit scripture to give the death servants this kind of defensive strength? The death servant's strength would definitely increase another step. Heavenly Yin Mountain. On a quiet hillside. Chen Bingyu was sitting alone in a daze. In the past year, Chen Bingyu often felt that her family's bloodline was slowly recovering. In the battle a few days ago, she had finally awakened her family's bloodline, which could be considered her biggest harvest recently. After her bloodline was awakened, not only would Chen Bingyu's cultivation soar in a short period of time, the most important thing was that she could use the secret techniques and powers sealed in her bloodline, so her battle strength would not be the same as before. Her originally pitch-black long hair had turned into an icy blue color. It was a kind of blue that was tinged with white, and it also looked like it was half pulled by silver threads. It was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for millions of years. Her body was constantly surrounded by cold air and cold currents. It made her aura even colder, but it also added a bit of otherworldly beauty. This was the sign of the Great Jew royal bloodline being awakened. Great Jew royal family, Great Jew princess. After living for so many years, she had almost forgotten that she had this kind of identity. When she escaped from the Great Jew country in the past, she was only 17 or 18 years old. She thought that she would find a place where no one knew about her past and study martial arts until she died of old age. She never thought that after 18 years, she would come back like this. "Hey, big sister Bing, why are you watching the sunset by yourself?" A voice came from behind her. If it wasn't Chu Tian, who else could it be? Chen Bingyu turned around and immediately found that Chu Tian was a bit different. His body was covered in a faint glow that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only Chen Bingyu, who cultivated the starlight immortal body, could feel it. So the commotion just now was caused by you. It seems like your cultivation technique has broken through. Chen Bingyu stared at Chu Tian for a few seconds before saying, "Your cultivation seems to have broken through as well. When did this woman's insight become this strong?" That's right, the starlight immortal body had reached the perfection realm and his cultivation had reached the second true spirit layer. There was no earth spirit cultivator that could be his match anymore. "Can I sit?" Chen Bingyu angrily said to this fellow taking off his pants and farting. "Can I say no?" Chu Tian sat down on the side without any politeness. He began to chatter as soon as he sat down. "Big sister Bing, you're not honest. Why didn't you tell us about your past before? If we knew about this kind of hatred, we would have come to the Great Jew country a long time ago. But it's not too late now. It's not a problem with our methods and abilities." Chen Bingyu knit her brows. Chu Tian asked, "What, is there something wrong with it?" Chen Bingyu's indifferent face revealed a trace of confusion. "Perhaps you don't know, but our family's bloodline is very special. Although it can bring strength, it has a large influence on a person's thoughts." Chu Tian didn't find it strange. Sometimes cultivation techniques could affect one's thoughts, not to mention things like bloodlines. Then what kind of influence would it have? Indifferent emotions, especially indifferent to friendly emotions. Family, friendship, love. Our family is like this. Chen Bingyu lowered her head and gave a faint sigh. "If I had a deep hatred when I just escaped the Great Jew country, it has already faded over the years. I can't remember the feelings my parents and brother brought. Revenge. Although I have this obsession, I don't have the motivation to carry it out. This is also the reason why I never want to talk about these things. Moreover, I never thought that miracle commerce would become like this in such a short period of time." Chu Tian finally understood. Chen Bingyu had the coldest personality out of everyone. She didn't seem to be interested in anything and she didn't like interacting with people. Other than studying martial arts and cultivation techniques, she didn't have any other hobbies. Chu Tian thought it was because of Chen Bingyu's nature or because of her previous experiences, but he never thought that it would be inherited from her family. "Actually, you don't need to worry about this." Chu Tian had a strange thought. "If you're by my side, is there a large chance of being cured?" Chen Bingyu was a bit stunned. Cured? Chu Tian revealed a bad smile. Look at me, I'm so handsome, talented, and charming. You'll find that you'll unknowingly fall in love with me, wouldn't that be fine? Scram. Chen Bingyu waved her hand and the surrounding several feet were frozen. Chu Tian quickly jumped away. Damn, I was just joking. It's fine if you can't feel love, but your reaction to anger is too sensitive. Who told you that I can't feel love? Chen Bingyu didn't know if it was because of anger or something else, but her snow-white face was slightly red. Slow, just a little slow, do you understand? Chu Tian revealed a vigilant expression, like a rabbit being stared at by a grandmother wolf. You're saying that there's still a chance that you might fall in love with me? I'm warning you, I already have a girlfriend. Chen Bingyu saw his cheap and bad look and immediately felt a nameless anger in her heart. Go to hell. In a few minutes, the entire hillside was covered with icicles. Chu Tian was chased around the mountain by this fierce woman and was in a sorry state. Just when the situation wasn't good, Meng Yingying contacted him through the communicator. It turned out that the transport tower had been built. Chen Bingyu returned to her usual cold look. Go find your little lover. Chu Tian laughed. Sister Bing, you're actually quite cute whether you're angry or happy, so don't keep a straight face all day. Smile more when you're free. How can I smile when I see you every day? These words made Chu Tian choke quite a bit. This woman's mouth was quite poisonous. Then be angry more, you're quite beautiful when you're angry. Chu Tian ran away after saying this, afraid of being attacked by the other side. Chen Bingyu looked at Chu Tian's back as he left and her eyes slightly sparkled. She gave a soft sigh and was a bit worried and helpless, immediately following him. After several days of hard work, Meng Yingying finally finished building the transport tower. The Black Moon sect's master Yin spirit appeared with the elders surrounding her. She looked at the transport tower a few times and revealed a suspicious expression. This is what you want to build? What use does it have? Chu Tian inserted the eye of the star and the entire transport tower was activated. He turned around to look at Yin spirit and said, cooperation cannot be without inspection. I want to invite Sect Master to Miracle Commerce's headquarters to take a look. You want this one to go to the Great Summer Country? Wrong. Meng Yingying cut in and said with a face filled with pride, our headquarters is in Miracle City, not the Great Summer Country. Miracle City is a city in the center of the Forest of Chaos. There wasn't a mistake. Forest of Chaos? The Black Moon sect's people were stunned. Miracle Commerce was in the Forest of Chaos. How was that possible? The center of the Forest of Chaos was over 100,000 miles away. How long would it take to make a round trip? Not to mention that the Forest of Chaos was very dangerous. Even a spirit transformation cultivator couldn't guarantee a safe trip. Chu Tian patted the transport tower beside him. Sect Master doesn't need to worry. Miracle City also has transport towers. With 2 transport towers, no matter how far it is, we can instantly arrive. It is as convenient as going to the toilet. These words shocked everyone. Yin Spirit's large black eyes revealed a look of shock. Could it be? This is the function of the transport tower? It's more than that. Chu Tian took out a scroll made from a fragment of the Eye of the Star. This is a transfer scroll that I personally made. During the process of making it, I set the coordinates of the transfer location. With this scroll in hand, no matter where we go, we can instantly return to the city, so this thing is called a city return scroll. Little sister Sect Master, do you know the value of the transport tower now? Chapter 469. A large doubt in the hearts of the Black Moon sect's people was resolved. The reason they could cause such a ruckus in the Black Moon sect was because these 3 fellows had instant city return scrolls on them. If they met a bad situation, they could instantly escape. No matter how strong the Heavenly Yin Mountains array was, it was useless. There was no such thing as a space ceiling restriction on the continent, unless the 3 of them couldn't activate the scrolls in time to kill them. The 3 of them were not weak, so it was not a problem for them to escape unscathed. It was because they had this confidence that they were fearless. Little sister Sect Master, do you understand the value of this transport tower? Chu Tian calmly said, in the process of Miracle Commerce's expansion, the transport tower will eventually appear in every corner of every country. At this stage, Having a teleportation tower early can bring benefits and benefits that you can't even imagine. Even if we ignore the large benefits of the transport tower, you can use your sect's transport tower as a set of transport scrolls, which is equal to having an extra life. No matter where you go to adventure, you will have enough protection. The Black Moon sect's people were stunned speechless. How on earth was such a heaven-defying thing made? Yin's spirit quickly weighed it in her heart. Was it worth exchanging a part of the Black Moon sect for the transport tower? There was no answer to this question, so she could only go to the Miracle Commerce headquarters to take a look. That's what you said. Who knows if the transport tower is really that useful? Facts speak louder than words. Little sister sect master, please. This one will warn you one last time, you're not allowed to call me little sister. All right, little sister. Yin's spirit angrily waved her sleeve as she walked into the transport tower. Chu Tian called Yingying and Chen Bingyu over. The transport tower lit up and the spatial energy covered the surroundings. The spatial energy began to tremble. Was this thing really that magical? From here to the Forest of Chaos was several tens of thousands of kilometers. If the Miracle Commerce headquarters was in the center of the Forest of Chaos, it would be 5-6 times the distance. Even if Yin's spirit rode a high-level demon beast mount with her cultivation, it would take her 5-8 days of traveling through wind and rain. How could they travel this far in one go? There wouldn't be any danger during the transport, right? When Yin's spirit's mind was filled with random thoughts, her shoulder was suddenly patted by someone. Little sister sect master. Little sister, little your head. When Yin's spirit was about to explode. We're here. Ah! Yin's spirit was stunned. The distortion in the surrounding space returned to normal, and the teleportation light dissipated. This was a completely unfamiliar environment and scenery. The surroundings were flat grasslands, and in the distance were mountains. Countless strangely shaped and exquisite castles were situated between the mountains and mountains, making this place look like a fairytale world. This is, Meng Yingying saw the shocked expression on this little sect master's face. She immediately giggled and said, "Don't ask a question you already know the answer to. Miracle Commerce's headquarters, Miracle City. Was this the Miracle City?" Miracle City's transport tower was not far from the City Lord's castle. Before Meng Yingying sent the transport tower, she had already contacted her elder sister. Meng Qingwu brought Vivian, Nangong Yun, and the others to welcome them. "Welcome back, boss. I missed you all to death." Nangong Yun was still very carefree, giving a warm greeting as soon as she came up. "Oh, that's right. Welcome little sect master to Miracle City. I am Nangong Yun, boss confidant." This fellow only knew how to make connections. When did she become father's confidant? Yingying, big brother. This Vivian teleported over first, immediately grabbing Chu Tian and Yingying's hands. Was it fun outside? Teleportation? Innate spatial energy. Yin's spirit looked at Vivian and immediately knit her brows. This elven girl's cultivation was not weaker than hers, it was even a bit stronger. Miracle Commerce actually had this kind of expert. Meng Yingying excitedly said, "Of course, Chu Tian brought me to play on the prairies. There was no end to the grass and the sunset was very beautiful. We're done playing, so we'll head to the Great Jew country. I'm so envious." Vivian revealed a pitiful look. She was one of Miracle City's vice city lords. Her position was on the same level as Meng Qingwu. Now that Chu Tian wasn't here and Meng Qingwu was very busy, there were many things in Miracle City that needed her to handle. How could Vivian do this kind of thing? "Remember to bring me next time. I'm bored to death in the Forest of Chaos." "Aunt Bing, your hair." Nangong Yun made a fuss out of nothing. Why did it turn white? Chen Bingyu glared at her. "Didn't I tell you in the communication device?" Nangong Yun revealed an embarrassed smile. "I'm still very surprised, but you seem to have become more beautiful and younger. It seems like I can't call you Aunt Bing in the future. I'll call you elder sister like Boss and the others." No one treated Chen Bingyu as an elder, only Nangong Yun's situation was a bit special. Chen Bingyu came to Imperial City several years ago and Nangong Yun met the 20-year-old Chen Bingyu when she was 4 or 5 years old. She naturally had the habit of calling her this, so she couldn't change it. "Up to you." All right, the guest is here, you can talk about this later." Meng Qingwu walked over at this time. She arrived in front of Yin Spirit, who hadn't recovered yet, and cupped her hands in a very appropriate manner. "Hello, Sect Master Yin. I am Miracle Commerce's Vice Chairman, Miracle City's Vice City Lord Meng Qingwu. Chu Tian has offended you in the heavenly Yin Mountains, so I apologize for him. We have prepared a reception in the City Lord's castle, so please come with us, Sect Master." Yin Spirit's soul seemed to have left her body. After being stunned for a while, she said, "Does it only take an instant to return to the Black Moon sect from here? Is little sister Sect Master afraid of not being able to return?" Chu Tian gave Ying a look with a smile. "Since it's like this, why don't you take her for a spin first?" "Understood. Elder sister, give me half a minute. We'll go quickly and return." Meng Ying pulled Yin Spirit's hand and patted the transport tower. "Sect Master, let's go." Yin Spirit could not react in time. The teleportation light suddenly brightened. When everything calmed down again, she found that she had appeared in a magnificent hall. She was surrounded by barbarian guards. "Ah, isn't this Sir Meng Ying?" A barbarian berserker captain quickly bowed. "You came to the Great Summer Country for official business?" No, I was just casually looking around. There's no need to be so polite." Meng Ying said to Yin Spirit, "This is the Great Summer Country. We're returning to the heavenly Yin Mountains now." Great Summer Country. Yin Spirit's mind didn't even have time to think. There was a flash of light. Why did Sect Master come back? Sect Master, your expression doesn't seem right. What happened? What did you do to our Sect Master? Meng Ying revealed two cute dimples as she revealed a smile. "Sect Master, do you want to try again?" Yin Spirit was already completely convinced. "No need, let's go back to Miracle City." The Black Moon sect's people didn't understand what was going on before the two of them disappeared from the transport tower. In just a breath's time, the thousands of mountains and rivers disappeared and they were transported to Miracle City once again. When everyone saw Yin Spirit's expression, they knew that this fellow was completely convinced. Meng Qingwu said, "Sect Master Yin must have seen Miracle Commerce's spatial transport technology. Actually, the spatial transport technology is just one of the many miracles Miracle Commerce has. You have enough time to inspect Miracle City." "That's right, little sister Sect Master," Nangongyun said with a laugh. "Staying here for a few days will definitely change your view of the world. You'll find how boring the world you lived in before was." Everyone returned to the City Lord's castle. Chu Tian had left Miracle City for around half a month and Miracle City had changed a lot. At least it looked very orderly. Meng Qingwu had a separate area in the castle and this was the control center of the city. The first place they visited was here. This was because Miracle Commerce's first intelligent source energy matrix was placed here. Yin Spirit was surprised to find that there wasn't a single pillar here. It was around 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, with several giant black boxes in the center. There was a spiritual body floating in the center of these black boxes and there were over 103-meter tall mirrors around it. Each mirror showed a different image, some were forests, some were castles, and in short, they were all inside Miracle City. Zero respectfully greeted everyone when he saw them. Miracle City Manager Zero greets the City Lord and Vice City Lord. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Zero had intelligence and no emotions. This was all simulated by Meng Qingwu. Yin Spirit was very curious, a spiritual life form with intelligence. "How did you make it?" Zero replied in a cold voice. "This question involves a top secret of Miracle Commerce. Your Excellency does not have the authority, so I cannot answer it for you." Yin Spirit revealed a strange expression. "Why does this intelligent spiritual body look so strange?" Chu Tian could see a few things about the central control room, but he wasn't sure, so he directly asked, "What is going on here?" "Sir Vice City Lord has set up over 200 fixed monitoring points around Miracle City, 100 mobile patrol points, and the Heaven's Eye airships monitoring points for the various large areas. The images and data will all be sent here for me to control and analyze, allowing me to control the changes in the city." How is this possible? Yin Spirit was very curious about the image transmission ability on one hand, but she had seen the use of the transport tower, so this wasn't enough to scare her. Only she was very suspicious of Zero's words. Even if this spiritual body has intelligence, How can it observe this many places at once? Meng Yingying said, "You don't know, right? Zero is not just an intelligent spiritual body, he is also a super powerful smart brain with a powerful calculating ability. He can accurately calculate 1 billion times per second, so his information processing ability is not something we living beings can compare to." 1 billion times? Yin spirit didn't have this concept at all. Chu Tian then asked Zero, "Does this have any other functions? Other than the monitoring function, I also have the city management function." Zero said in a fixed manner, "I can connect to the radio and communication systems, allowing the citizens to communicate with me directly. Whether it is inquiries, requests for help, or disputes, I can handle them all. Because I have obtained the authority to control the city's defense and security forces, I can directly mobilize the garrison and patrol teams, using the city's security resources to deal with all kinds of sudden incidents. Other than that, all the city's non-strategic and strategic documents will be sent to me for analysis and approval." Meng Yingying was stunned. This was too shocking. A zero-smart brain could surpass an outstanding management team in Miracle City. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "I think your use shouldn't be limited to this." "That's right, City Lord, but my processing ability is limited, so I can only do this for now. How much do you think you need to strengthen it before you can do the other tasks? If the source energy matrix can be increased by 5 times, I can connect to the Miracle Shopping Center, the spiritual internet, the transport tower, Miracle Banking, and the space warehouse. I can control the shopping centers, banks, transport towers, and space warehouses from the highest terminal, creating the spiritual energy internet, and etc., ensuring the normal operation of the important platforms. If my source energy matrix can be increased by 20 times, I can connect to the Sex laboratory and participate in complex experiments, creating a stable virtual spiritual world." Chu Tian nodded. Without considering the size, adding a few more source energy matrices, it isn't hard to increase it by 5 to 20 times. "Young miss, tell Central State to hurry up. Do you still need to say this?" Meng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. "I've already given the order." This was simply a god. This was everyone's only evaluation of Zero. Chapter 470. Smart Brain's abilities were not limited to this. It could penetrate into all aspects of life in the future. From production automation to military construction, resource exploration, strategic planning, inventions, and even predictions, it was omnipotent and could be used in any way. Smart Brain was absolutely calm. It had intelligence and no emotions, unconditionally obeying its creator and unconditionally carrying out orders. Smart Brain would not be tied down by emotions or morals. Everything was calculated to achieve the best result. It was absolutely cold, absolutely righteous, and absolutely rational. Speaking of this, in less than half a month, the young miss had actually managed Zero into managing the city. This was definitely not an easy matter. With a super strong assistant like Zero, a meticulous, cautious, and intelligent manager like the young miss, as well as a heaven-defying person like Chu Tian, Miracle City's future was limitless. It was finally on the right track. If Smart Brain didn't appear, Miracle Commerce would only be the richest company on the continent. What Chu Tian pursued was not just this. What he wanted was to transcend. Smart Brain's appearance would increase his knowledge and wisdom by several times, allowing him to reach his goal. Zero, please introduce Miracle Commerce and Miracle City's situation, letting our little sister sect master understand. Yes, Sir City Lord. Zero's figure suddenly disappeared from the array and his voice came from the speakers around him, projecting a phantom image. Miracle Commerce's founders Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, and Nangong Yun were founded in southern Xia's South Sky City a year and a half ago. When Miracle Commerce was first established, it was just an empty shell company without any fame. It relied on the Meng family's small local company, Southern Cloud Commerce. Chairman Chu Tian used source energy cooking, source energy electric lamps, and other innovative products to open up the market. Zero spoke in an orderly manner while changing the various images. Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, and Nangong Yun, the four of them looked at the series of changes, and they all felt a sense of time passing. Although it had only been less than a year and a half, Miracle Commerce had already undergone such earth-shattering changes. When they looked back on everything, it was simply unreal. Meng Yingying was a little touched. I didn't expect that we'd been through so much. Ling explained the history and development of Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce has worked hard in the Forest of Chaos for several months and has finally established their headquarters in Miracle City. Now Miracle Commerce had a total of 140,000 employees and over 100,000 soldiers. The Yun sect had recruited 550 top scholars from the Gnome Great Elder Clerk, and now they had over 3,000 high-level researchers. The Truman sect had recently recruited Druid Prophet Yoda, Shaman Priest Luz, Minotaur Arnold, and so on. They now had over 300 high-ranking guests. Miracle Commerce has 85 factories, and there are large-scale laboratories in the Great Summer Country's Central State and Southern State, as well as the Gnome Research Center of this era. They have a very strong development potential and their future is limitless. Ling introduced the history of Miracle Commerce. Every product and every action of Miracle Commerce was simply described. This directly impacted Yin Spirit's heart. Although she had heard that there was an incredible company in southern Xia when she was in the Black Moon sect, there were canned food, electric lamps, and other small things that came from caravans. Yin Spirit never thought that Miracle Commerce would be this strong. It was truly a bit unbelievable. What Yin Spirit was truly shocked about was not Miracle Commerce's miraculous rise, but rather the young man standing beside her who seemed like a playboy. Rather than saying that Miracle Commerce's rise was the history of a business empire, it was more like a miracle created by this fellow. There was no doubt. Chu Tian was the absolute soul of Miracle Commerce. Although Chu Tian never interfered with the company's management, if Miracle Commerce didn't have Chu Tian, it would have been impossible for them to develop to their current scale in 100 or 1,000 years. Yin Spirit never would have dreamed that this arrogant and hateful fellow would be this kind of powerful person. There was no other person like him on the entire continent. Meng Qingwu gave Ling a new order. Ling, please explain our plans for the Forest of Chaos. Yes, Vice City Lord. When Ling's voice fell, several dozen mirrors left their frames and floated in the air. They pieced together, tightly fitting together without any gaps, finally forming a single mirror. A bird's-eye view of Miracle City slowly appeared on it. Miracle City is a typical forest city, with over 98% of the city being covered in forest. The land is used very low and the population is very small. We plan to develop 10% of Miracle City's area, with a maximum population of 10 million. In this image, a portion of the area was split apart, and this part of the area was split a second time. In the end, more than a dozen areas were formed, and each area was noted. From the living area, the industrial area, the breeding area, the planting area, the entertainment area, the commercial area, and the school area. They were all clearly planned. Ling released a simulation of the city. When Yin Spirit saw the simulation of the city in the mirror, her eyes instantly popped out because Miracle City was just too beautiful and it was an ultra-modern city. Although it was only 10% developed, it was still larger than the southern summer imperial city. The mountain forest terrain could not be calculated as a flat surface, it was a three-dimensional space. It was unknown how many people could live in a 2,000-meter tall mountain. Even if the future city had 10 million people, it would be spread out, giving people a feeling that it was a perfect combination of the city and the mountain forest. It would not be as crowded as a normal human city. It was probably for the sake of transportation. Miracle City was prepared to build large amounts of rails, air transportation, and buy enough ruins mounts. This way, they could connect the large city and it would be much more convenient for the citizens to travel. These are just normal city constructions. When Ling's voice came out, the image in the giant mirror began to rise. It passed the several thousand-meter tall mountain peak and finally reached above the clouds. There was an incomparably large object that was standing in the sky. Miracle City will gather all their resources and technology in the future to create a floating city. This floating city is not just a floating city and a fortress in the sky, it is also the core headquarters of Miracle Commerce and the symbol of the continent's peak technology. This was a plan that Meng Qingwu had Ling come up with after collecting the information and technology of Miracle Commerce. Through large amounts of calculations and analysis, Ling finally came up with the most reasonable city plan and also proposed the construction of a sky city. This was because with Miracle Commerce's ability, it was possible to build this kind of fortress in the sky. Once the Sky City was completed, it would not just become the symbol of Miracle Commerce, it would also be a moving fortress and a center for launching heavy weapons. It would become a peak military deterrent on the continent, making the entire Forest of Chaos submit and laying the foundation for Miracle Commerce's expansion on the continent. Yin Spirit's mouth was wide open, almost able to swallow an egg. This trip to Miracle City had simply destroyed her worldview. Yin Spirit had always been proud of the Black Moon sect, even looking down on Miracle Commerce. Now it seemed like with Miracle Commerce's current strength, they wouldn't lose to the Black Moon sect. The Chu sect's guest officials included Yoda, Luz, Arnold, and other forest experts. In terms of experts, they could crush the Black Moon sect. Although the Black Moon sect had 200,000 elite cultivators, in terms of military strength and completeness, they were still a bit lacking compared to Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's source energy weapons could quickly arm their entire army, and with the powerful deterrents of the Heaven's Punishment airships, even if the Black Moon sect hid in their mountain protecting array, they would only be safe for a while. After the situation was introduced, Chu Tian brought Yin Spirit to stroll around Miracle City. Although Miracle City had a small population and their strength wasn't outstanding in the forest, ever since Miracle Commerce moved in, this place was filled with vitality. Miracle City had just recruited several tens of thousands of soldiers, and there were many people who doubted Chu Tian's decision, but now it seemed like it wasn't a loss at all. Miracle City now had several tens of thousands of strong workers. Now that Miracle City was being developed, these several tens of thousands of people were the main construction team. The Miracle Shopping Center, movie theaters, restaurants, hotels, and gambling houses, all of these had to be built. After all, only with a complete set of equipment could it attract people. Other than that, the virtual arena, the virtual trial field, and the spiritual library, these special equipment that Miracle Commerce had to be built in large amounts. There was no need to mention the other basic equipment. This was definitely a large project. Luckily Miracle Commerce didn't lack resources and had a strong transportation ability. Now that there were several tens of thousands of workers and they had recruited several tens of thousands of people, large amounts of gnomes came to help, and the company wildly threw money into the construction. The city was already beginning to take shape. Yin Spirit stood on a hill, looking at the bustling Miracle City. She could deeply feel the vitality of this city and the strong power hidden in this city. Whether it was the citizens or the forest locals, they were all filled with passion when it came to the construction of the city. This was because these people had already seen Miracle Commerce's strength and felt the changes Miracle Commerce had brought to their lives. The canned food, the communication device, the magnetic sound device, the video player, and etc., these little things were changing their lives in an unprecedented way. These people all had a premonition. An unprecedentedly beautiful home was being born. Who didn't want their home to be better? Therefore, when they were constructing the city, it wasn't just for Miracle Commerce, it was for themselves and for their descendants. The difference was too large. What did the Black Moon sect count for in front of Miracle Commerce? Yin Spirit now completely believed the wild words Chu Tian said a few days ago. Chu Tian crossed his arms across his chest. The powers in the Forest of Chaos are very strong and Miracle Commerce isn't willing to touch them for now, so we can only use our unique advantage to expand our territory in the outside world. Great Summer, Great Jew, and Northern Militant, once the three countries join together, the surrounding 7-8 small countries will not be a problem. This will provide a strong support for Miracle Commerce's development, allowing them to challenge the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the north and defending a region in the Forest of Chaos, creating a foundation for fighting with the forest giants. So, little sister sect master, whether you're willing or not, the Great Jew country must be unified. That's right. This was not a joke. This had a large strategic significance to Miracle Commerce. There was no need to worry about the Great Summer country and Miracle Commerce's relationship. The Northern Militant country was in a state of disunity, so it wasn't hard to establish a government in the chaos. Only the Great Jew country was a bit troublesome. There were over 100 large and small powers led by the 6 spiritual mountains, and the special thing about the Great Jew country was that each sect was independent. Not only were they hidden deep in the mountains, they had their own inheritances, so it was too troublesome to deal with them like this. The best method was to support a spokesperson in the Great Jew country. Yin Spirit's innate talent wasn't bad and she was very young. Chu Tian appreciated her, so he came up with this idea. He wanted to support the Black Moon sect to become the largest sect in the Great Jew country, allowing the heavenly Yin mountain to suppress the other 5 spiritual mountains. Then he would rebuild the Great Jew royal family and control the small and medium sects in the secular world. The Great Jew country was rich in resources and had a deep background, so it could provide quite a bit of spatial crystals for miracle commerce. If these spatial crystals were used well, miracle commerce would have several more chess pieces. Chapter 471. This was not a small matter in the end. No matter how strong miracle commerce was, Little Sister Sect Master couldn't make a decision on the spot, she still needed time to think about it. Even if she had decided to agree to Chu Tian, she had to at least consider how to obtain the most benefits for herself and the Black Moon sect. This is the so-called seeing is believing. How about staying in Miracle City for a few days and walking around the city? I'll find someone to play with you. Chu Tian looked over everyone and saw that Vivian was about to jump out. She had been bored to death in the City Lord's castle, so of course this kind of good job was what she wanted. Vivian, you can accompany the sect master to play. It's convenient for you to have spatial abilities, so you can eat, drink, and play at public expense, so have fun. Yes. It was hard for Vivian to hide her joy as she immediately stood up to greet Chu Tian. She impatiently turned to Yin Spirit and said, "Little sect master, let's go." Yin Spirit said in a dissatisfied voice, "Why do you have to add a little?" Ha, 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 according to human age, I'm already around 70 years old. I'm old enough to be your grandmother, don't tell me I don't have the qualifications to call you that. This was the first time Vivian had used her age to suppress others, making Yin Spirit speechless. Let's go. Vivian used her spatial energy and the two of them disappeared. Elder sister Nangong and I want to take a look at the trial field. You can go. Nangong and Yingying happily left. Yingying had been paying attention to the trial field. This trial field was going to be an amusement park in the future. As two people who loved to play, naturally they were very diligent. Young miss, let's go as well. Chu Tian's eyes turned white and the spatial energy he released was like a storm, instantly taking him and Meng Qingwu away. When Meng Qingwu came back to her senses, she had already returned to the City Lord's castle. Meng Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Your spatial abilities are not weaker than Vivian's. Chu Tian sat down on the City Lord's throne and crossed his legs, saying with a proud expression, "Isn't this nonsense? How could my abilities be weak? Are there any new results to report recently? Great Shia's laboratory is progressing smoothly. The automatic array formation machine has been manufactured." Meng Qingwu brewed a cup of elven green tea for Chu Tian. She and Chu Tian had already developed a tacit understanding. Even if Chu Tian didn't say anything, she could guess what Chu Tian wanted to know. Therefore, she had already prepared everything before Chu Tian came back. Now that she opened an image transfer mirror in the conference room, the scene of Miracle Commerce's Central State Factory appeared in front of her. Several researchers first took out a piece of crystal that had a talisman design engraved on a transparent crystal. After inserting the transparent talisman design into the machine, they added a few primeval stones into the primeval stone slot, and the whole machine started to work. The pure primordial stones extracted from the primordial stones were extracted and finally poured into a crystal stone pen. This crystal stone pen automatically began to draw. In less than 2 minutes, a complete talisman was made. After testing the talisman, it was proven that the talisman could be used perfectly, without the slightest error or flaw. This meant that Miracle Commerce had entered the industrial era. In the future, they wouldn't need to spend this much effort to make the super source energy matrix. With several hundred automatic array machines engraving talismans, they only needed to create a template and it would be done once and for all. In the future, the production speed of these array machines would far surpass that of humans. Countless Yun sect scholars would be freed from their repetitive work. The production speed and output of Miracle Commerce's products would explode, so they wouldn't need to worry about their trade secrets being leaked. Those liberated scholars would have more time to improve and upgrade the source energy matrix, which was a very good thing. There is another very important matter to report. Meng Qingwu opened another image transfer mirror and a picture appeared. Look. The image displayed in the mirror was of the basin where the battle with the Lick Fiend had taken place. There were several grey towers built in the basin, and one of the ruins had been completed. It was emitting death energy, and there were hundreds of skeletons around it. They were busy moving junk, chopping wood, and mining rocks. Undead Tower? Wasn't this the Licker's undead tower? When did the young miss make this thing? Zero has the complete memories and knowledge of the Lick. This is a precious treasure, how can we waste it? Meng Qingwu revealed a faint smile. The deathly energy in the undead ruins almost destroyed all of Miracle City. Although I wasn't in Miracle City at the time, I was very shocked when I heard of this matter, so that power must not be weak. If the Lick can control this power, why can't we? These skeleton soldiers use the power of the undead tower to move around. They are fast and come like the wind, they are simply natural laborers. When Meng Qingwu talked about the skeleton soldiers, she seemed very excited. No matter what kind of dirty work they do, they can do it without complaint. I think there isn't a single merchant that would reject this kind of good worker. If we can have tens of thousands of these skeleton soldiers in the future, we won't have to worry about people doing hard and dangerous work like mining. They can even replace a lot of laborers. Undead laborers, cheap economy. How could the young miss not realize this good thing as a merchant? Powerful, powerful. The young miss really deserves to be the pillar of Miracle City. Chu Tian was full of praise and affirmation for the young miss, but the undead tower isn't just used to control the undead. Have Zero prepare the blueprints, I want to study them. The energy in the undead ruins surpassed Chu Tian's imagination. Because it wasn't far from Miracle City, there would be many uses for it in the future. Meng Qingwu gently took a sip of the green tea. The two of them suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. She put down the cup. I work hard for you in front of and behind the scenes all day. Don't tell me you still want to hide some things from me. Chu Tian was stunned by these words that came out of nowhere. What do you mean? The young miss looked over with sparkling eyes. When Chu Tian met her eyes, he felt a strange fluster in his heart. You know it in your heart. Meng Qingwu looked at him from the side. In her eyes that were like a mirror, the normally gentle and filled with wisdom actually had a bit of resentment. The young miss always had the image of a strong woman in miracle commerce. There was no one in the company that didn't accept her position. This kind of person had an expression of resentment, like she had been abandoned by a heartless man. This made Chu Tian's scalp go numb. Chu Tian shook his head. I still don't know what you're talking about. Meng Qingwu saw that Chu Tian was still acting like a fool. She finally couldn't help slapping the table. It's about you and Yingying. Ah, how did you know? Chu Tian was very surprised, worrying about how to explain this matter to the young miss. He remembered Yingying's words on the prairies, so of course he knew the young miss' thoughts. How could he tell her this matter? Who would have thought that the young miss already knew? Could it be that Yingying told you? Although she didn't tell me, with my relationship with Yingying, do you think this kind of thing can be hidden from me? The young miss snappily said, I am Yingying's closest big sister. Not only do we talk about everything, I've watched Yingying grow up, so it's not wrong to say I'm half a parent. Outsiders can't see the changes in her body, but do you think I can't see it? Chu Tian was a bit embarrassed. Yes, the young miss is very perceptive. You two are hiding it from me at the same time. When the young miss said this, she revealed a look of grievance, truly too hateful. Chu Tian was in the wrong, so he quibbled. The matter of me and Yingying dating, I was prepared to tell everyone at the right time, but who would have thought that the young miss would find out ahead of time? I ask the young miss to forgive me, this one didn't do it on purpose. Humph, stop pretending, do you think I don't understand you? Meng Qingwu put her hands on the table as she stood up. The power of the female city lord and chairman erupted. I'm telling you, since you've started dating, you have to treat her well. If Yingying is wronged in the future, I won't forgive you. Yingying was too pure, she couldn't hide her thoughts at all. The matter of her liking Chu Tian was known by the entire miracle commerce, and Chu Tian had always taken special care of Yingying. Their relationship developing to this point could be said to be natural, There was nothing to say. Meng Qingwu saw her little sister's happiness as an older sister. What else could she say? Meng Qingwu was stared at by Chu Tian for a while with a strange gaze. What are you looking at? You're giving Yingying to me this easily? What else can I do? Chu Tian muttered in his heart. Yingying said that the young miss also liked him, but looking at the young miss' current appearance, she was very relaxed. Where was she jealous at all? Then I can be assured. I was worried that our miracle commerce would put on a good show of blood sisters fighting over a handsome man, finally turning against each other. Pei, speaking without thinking. Meng Qingwu's face turned a bit red. Are you disappointed right now? Chu Tian gave a disappointed sigh. A bit. Come here. What for? Meng Qingwu reached out her arms to grab Chu Tian's neck, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. The young miss had a dignified and steady personality, actually doing this kind of thing. This made Chu Tian feel a bit of disbelief. Hey, young miss, in broad daylight, it's not good for us to do this. Even if you can't hold it in, you should find a place with no one around. There are people watching right now. The little fox covered its eyes, indicating that it didn't see anything. You guys can continue. Don't speak nonsense. Meng Qingwu closed her eyes and softly said, I'm suddenly a bit tired, let me lean on your shoulder. I've been working for you for so long, you wouldn't be this stingy, right? Chu Tian didn't know what to do, so he could only correct the young miss. You are Miracle Commerce's second largest shareholder and Miracle City's second city lord. How could you say I'm working for you? Meng Qingwu acted like she didn't hear anything and said in a sleep-talking voice, remember when the southern summer country's border was broken and we almost died while running for our lives? I'll never forget it in my life. It's rare for a person like me to be in such a sorry state. We fell into the water together. You were heavily injured and I couldn't move. We would have died in the jaws of the beasts. You could have run away yourself, so why did you send me to shore without a care for your life? You already did your best, so even if you gave up on me, you didn't do anything wrong. You have to know that 1,000 Meng Qingwus cannot compare to a single Chu Tian. This is not doing business in the market, it cannot be measured by value. This is a matter of a man's principles, there is no why. I knew it, you're like a fool sometimes. Meng Qingwu revealed a faint smile and her voice was very calm, just like she was chatting with a good friend. Do you know, from that moment on, after Yingying, there was another important person in my life. Chu Tian said in a surprised voice, young miss, can I think of it as you confessing to me? If you like it, then do it. Meng Qingwu released her hands and revealed a blank expression. You and Yingying are the people I care about the most. I am very happy that the two people I care about the most are happy, but I also feel helpless at the same time. It's like I've lost two people at once, so what do you think I should do? This is a good question. It's very philosophical and very challenging. Chu Tian asked in a probing voice, then how about I work a bit harder and marry both of you sisters? In your dreams, you're dreaming. Meng Qingwu had already returned to normal. She first glared at Chu Tian, treating Ying well from now on. As for our matters, we'll slowly settle them in the future. You owe me quite a bit anyways. Meng Qingwu vented the stone in her heart and felt much more relaxed, continuing to work. The young miss was truly a very contradictory person. Chapter 472. Vivian began to play with Yin's spirit. Although the city was still under construction and the foundations weren't complete, it was still something other cities couldn't compare to. Vivian already wanted to have a good time, so she immediately made a plan. We'll first watch a movie, then we'll go to the shopping center, then we'll go to the Miracle Hotel to eat, and finally we'll play in the trial field. What do you think? How could Yin's spirit have an idea? She would just follow her plan. Come, we'll go to the theater to buy tickets. The two of them chose the luxurious Elven Hall and also wanted the most expensive VIP seats. The forest races all had different sizes and eating habits, so in this kind of entertainment area, it would be very inconvenient if they were all squeezed together. Therefore, they divided the different races into 4 different sized halls. There was the Ogre Hall, the Orc Hall, the Elven Hall, and the Goblin Hall. From the names, one could tell the sizes of the different halls, which meant that Miracle City had many races and was a diverse city. The two of them came to the VIP seats and the large screen was right in front of them. This was the best position. But the price was not cheap. The normal seats were all filled, and they were all half-elves and foxes. There were no ogres or minotaurs in this viewing hall, and it was a luxurious viewing hall. The fees were quite high, and the standards were quite high. Smelly lizard men and such were not allowed in, so the conditions were quite good. "Hello, Vice City Lord." The two gnome waiters recognized Vivian, so they immediately respectfully came forward. "What would you like to order?" "Let me see." Vivian took a look at the menu in an experienced manner. "I want a cup of high-grade elven green tea. It has to be from the Eternal Forest and a spoonful of Lost Forest's fantasy grass powder. As for desserts, I want the gnome's 100-year secret golden truffle, purple gold melon from Flying Dragon Mountain, and dragon caviar biscuits from the underground world." Vivian ordered the most expensive ones. The two waiters' mouths turned into O shapes. These were the most expensive things. Not to mention the others, just the price of a cup of Eternal Forest's elven green tea was enough to scare a person to death. These desserts were all expensive. If it wasn't for Vivian wearing the City Lord's robe sitting here, they would have called the guards to kick them out. Vivian looked at Yin's spirit beside her after ordering. "What do you want to drink?" "Miracle City has everything. There are all kinds of spirit teas, several kinds of 1,000-year wines, and there are even some that are directly transported from the space warehouse. There are also many kinds of desserts. Just order whatever you want, no need to be polite." Yin's spirit was filled with emotions. Being able to enjoy the good things of various races without leaving the house, this kind of life was truly satisfying. "I'll give you the same. We don't have these things in reserve. All of them need to be taken from the warehouse, so we have to pay the fee first." The two attendants suppressed the shock in their hearts. "Vice City Lord, do you want to pay on the spot or?" Vivian gave the menu to the waiter. "I didn't bring any money. Today is business and I have the City Lord's permission, so everything will be recorded in the City Lord's palace. Quickly bring the things up, don't delay Miracle City's guests." It was true that Vivian was the City Lord and had a very high administrative rank, but her rank in the Chamber of Commerce was a few ranks lower than Meng Qingwu, and her authority was incomparable to Meng Qingwu's. The cinema was opened by Miracle Commerce. Even if Vivian was the City Lord, she couldn't just eat and drink here. This kind of thing had to be confirmed immediately. How could they confirm it? The two attendants found the owner of the cinema and used the communication device to contact the city manager. They immediately found Vivian's situation on Zero's side. Today's expenses were all paid by the city's finance department, so they didn't have any worries. 2 cups of elven green tea were immediately brought up. There were all kinds of desserts that dazzled people's eyes. The fragrance from the VIP seats filled the entire cinema and everyone couldn't help looking over. Vivian was in a very good mood and immediately said on her own, "There are guests coming to Miracle City today. This City Lord is also very happy. I'll treat everyone here to a cup of elven tea." Everyone loudly thanked the Vice City Lord. Yin's spirit couldn't help thinking. With the City Lord and Vice City Lord messing around like this, it really wasn't easy for Miracle City to develop to this day. It really wasn't easy for that beautiful and noble female City Lord. The elven green tea was very expensive, not to mention it came from the Eternal Forest. Yin's spirit took a small sip and immediately felt a strong vitality flowing through her body like an ocean. This was because there was a spoonful of the Lost Forest's fantasy grass powder in the green tea. This spiritual material was similar to a hallucinogen, giving people an unimaginable sense of joy. Even if it was a helpless person, as long as they took a small sip, they would feel joy in their body and mind. It was like they were in the clouds, like they were a high-up princess, the happiest person in the world. The desserts Vivian wanted were all of the best quality from the forest. The gnome's secret golden truffle, the flying dragon cliff's golden melon, the dangerous devil's mouth under Miracle City, and the dark world's dragon caviar-filled biscuits. Each one was made from the best materials in the forest. Yin Spirit was the great Jew country's Black Moon sect master, but she had never experienced this kind of enjoyment before. The movie in the theater began to play at this time. Now that Miracle Commerce's movie production was becoming more and more mature, there weren't just traveling poets participating, there were also the flower fairies, elves, and gnomes participating. Each story was filled with imagination and the story was full of ups and downs, making people immersed in it. The movie the two of them were watching was The Demon Dragon, which was the story of a hell demon dragon and the forest's various races. From the beginning, the large races of the forest didn't like each other, fighting openly and secretly. Then the demon dragon descended into the forest, instantly turning the world into scorched earth. Finally, the surviving forest races were led by a hero and broke through their differences. Through a tragic epic battle, they finally defeated the terrifying demon dragon. Finally, the descendants of the hero lived together and built a forest city. The entire story was 3 hours long and it could be said to be extremely intense. It was filled with honor, responsibility, family, love, and sacrifice, mainly promoting the unity of the forest races. Finally, it hinted at the path Miracle City would take and also used this theme to advertise the Hell Demon Dragon's trial that Miracle City had just completed. Too wonderful. Yin Spirit was completely immersed in this soul-stirring epic story. It feels like I'm personally witnessing a legend. Vivian finished the green tea and ate the last half of the sandwich. There are quite a few cinemas like this, but most of them are in the Great Shia Kingdom. It is said that they have already penetrated into the non-main cities and have become the main form of entertainment and leisure for the people. We can also target local advertisements according to the needs of the local businessman. Every movie produced can earn more than 100 times the profit. The Great Jew Country has more people than the Great Summer Country. Just the theater alone is a large piece of fat meat. The Great Jew Country had 300–400 million people, which was around double the Great Summer Country's population. This theater was a very common business among Miracle Commerce's businesses. It couldn't compare to the spatial transport, warehouse, spiritual energy, or communication, but it still had a high value, enough to support a large company. Come, we'll go take a look at the Miracle Shopping Center. Perhaps there'll be something you like. Vivian brought Yin Spirit to the Miracle Shopping Center, which was made from a small castle. When Yin Spirit walked in, she found that this shopping center was very large. Not only were there many counters, there were also some special products that were displayed through image transfer mirrors or illusions. These all needed to be ordered. The Miracle Shopping Center's advantage was something normal stores could not compare to. Just the space warehouse could bring things from all over the world to one place, turning this place into the largest and most convenient shopping center in the world. As long as one had enough money, there was nothing they couldn't buy in the Miracle Shopping Center in the future. Although the Miracle Shopping Center is not complete, it has already been connected to the Great Summer Country, Oldman Small Town, and the surrounding tribes and towns. Don't look at how small this place is, there are already over 4,000 of them, with over 500 of them coming from the forest. At this time, 2 ogre children passed by Vivian. They immediately stopped and politely greeted Vivian. "Hello, Vice City Lord. Did you come here to shop?" Vivian looked at the 2 ogre children with curiosity. Although they were children, they were already twice Vivian's age. The 2 ogre children looked very shy and their words were a bit inappropriate. No, we came here to do business." "Do business?" This surprised cry came from Yin Spirit. The ogres were a race that only had brute force and no brains. They actually knew how to do business. One of the ogres said, "Our tribe has an orchard behind us that can produce high-quality spirit fruits. Many rich human nobles like to eat them. When the esteemed Lady Delores passed by our tribe, she discovered this fruit orchard. She generously provided us with a loan, allowing our tribesmen to develop the fruit orchard. Right now, there are sales outlets in 10 cities in the humans' Great Shia Kingdom, and we are selling plenty of fruits every day. We are here to deliver the goods, and the fruits stored in the warehouse are almost sold out." Vivian revealed an expression of understanding. "Then you must have earned quite a bit." The ogres did not have any schemes and the 2 ogres revealed expressions of gratitude. "Our harvest this week is more than in a year. The human nobles are just too rich. These spirit fruits are everywhere in the forest and they are willing to spend precious source stones to buy them." "That's right." The other ogre said, "Her Excellency Delores has found people to build a jam factory for the ogres. In the future, we can sell the spirit fruit jams and earn double the money. There are too many good things in the forest and we have recently opened a mine. These ores are very valuable in the human countries. Under Her Excellency Delores' guidance, we will soon have an ogre company. As long as Miracle City exists, everyone's days will become better and better. There had never been ogre merchants in the forest. This was because ogres were stupid and had no business sense. Now the situation was different. After Dolores inspected them, she gave them money, gave them pointers, and even found people to help them start a business. Moreover, the Miracle Shopping Center was fair and transparent, even ogres would not be cheated. So it wasn't strange for ogre merchants and minotaurs to appear. Yin Spirit now knew that Miracle City did not just make them rich, it also made the people around them make money. We still need to transport several batches of fruits, otherwise the Great Summer Country will run out of stock. All right. Vivian nodded. Then you can go do your work. Yes, our tribe is at counter 223. You are welcome to try and buy our spirit fruit. These two ogres seemed like they were very busy. They said goodbye to Vivian and immediately left. Yin Spirit felt like she had suffered a large blow. A part of the Great Dew Country was on the edge of the Forest of Chaos, so they were frequently attacked by ogres. In her impression, ogres were a group of people who ate flesh and blood, wild and violent fellows. But now, the two ogres wore clean leather vests. Their skin, which was supposed to be tougher than rhinoceroses and covered in parasites, had been brushed at least 10 times before they left the house. Their bloody mouths, which were used to munch on human flesh and brains as snacks, were now filled with joy and satisfaction. There weren't just ogre merchants in the Miracle Shopping Center, there were also various races, strong and weak. They were all busy and filled with order. Although the current Miracle Shopping Center was not large, with the flourishing scene in front of them and the fox merchants led by Dolores, the future could be predicted. Chapter 473. The two of them strolled to their heart's content. It was natural for women to like shopping. The Miracle Shopping Center's system wasn't complete, but the products were quite abundant. They could buy dwarven weapons, they could buy special pills, and they had the most complete material market. At least it was hard to find a more convenient, comprehensive, and large shopping center on the continent. Any shopaholic could obtain the greatest satisfaction here. The convenience of shopping on the Miracle Shopping Center was not something any shopping center could compare to. Even if there was no stock, as long as there was an order, Miracle Commerce would use the space warehouse to transport it over. This platform was not only a shopping and business heaven for Miracle City's citizens, it was also a large benefit to the surrounding tribes and towns. The surrounding towns and large tribes did not have the conditions to build a space warehouse, but they could use the radio to learn about the new products and promotions of the Miracle Shopping Center every day. They could use the communication device to inquire about the situation of the products, and they could send orders to the local shopping center every day. Miracle Commerce prepared 10 miracle airships to transport goods. It wasn't for anything else, just to transport goods. Orders made on the same day would be delivered the next day. With high-altitude transport, it was safe and reliable. The lives of the tribes and small towns near the city had been greatly improved. Their local products could be easily sold everywhere. They could buy high-quality human products from the Great Summer Country or the high-quality dwarven equipment from Oldman Small Town's dwarven mines. Magnetic sound machines, video players, and etc., they were all popular in the hands of these locals. They listened to the Miracle Broadcasting Station's information every day, ate the source energy food bought by Miracle Commerce, drank the good wine from the Miracle Shopping Center, and used the various human-made pills and tools. Miracle City had been here for a month, it had already infiltrated every aspect of the surrounding locals' lives. Because of the industrial area in the forest, many locals found jobs. They didn't have the time or energy to fight all day like before, so they all entered the factories to train and prepare for jobs. Those locals who were unwilling to be ordinary had formed forest partners in groups of 3s and 5s, creating a wave of entrepreneurship. After all, they were close to Miracle Commerce's future headquarters, Miracle City, so they had an advantage that other places on the continent didn't have. Dolores then led the caravan around to guide and invest. Soon, a large plantation area, breeding area, all kinds of medicinal fields, orchards, and factories would appear in the forest. It was estimated that in a year or two, they would spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Although these were all local businesses, They more or less had some shares in Miracle Commerce. Miracle Bank was not stingy with lending everywhere, but source stones were tight and the interest kept increasing, but there were more and more people asking for loans because Miracle City's future was just too good. Right now, they were still in a period of desolation. If they participated in the wave of entrepreneurship during this period, and with the guidance of the Fox merchant, it was basically impossible for them to not be able to repay the loan, not to mention losing money. Yin Spirit felt that Miracle City was not simple. What Miracle City would become in the future was not something Yin Spirit could imagine. This place was already filled with endless possibilities. Hey, Ying. It's me, Vivian. It's getting dark. Let's eat together. Vivian took out the communication device and called Ying's number. Right. Miracle Grand Hotel, we'll see you in a bit. Finished. Vivian hung up. Let's go. Little sect master, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. With a wave of her hand, space was cut open and the two of them directly arrived at the Miracle Grand Hotel. This place was located at the top of a mountain in the center of a lake, surrounded by the clear lake water. There was a towering mountain in the center, with a castle hotel standing on top of it. There were bright moons and stars above them, giving it a different style. There was no smoke within several kilometers of the Miracle Grand Hotel, but don't look at how remote this place was. The Miracle Grand Hotel was very lively, with all the rich chiefs and gnomes coming here. Several of the halls were already filled. Vivian settled down in the best room by the lake. The space here was large, and the decorations were very elegant and natural. It was even connected to a large balcony. Outside, under the moonlight, was the clear and crystalline surface of the lake. If one was interested, they could even go down the stairs and sit in the pavilion to fish, drink tea, and admire the moon. Vivian held the thick dishes and didn't look at them carefully, directly ordering the most expensive ones. Even the soup was made with the Green Religion Temple's water of life, since it was all from Miracle Commerce. The elves were said to be simple. This princess didn't seem like an elven race at all. At this time, Ying brought Nangong Yun to teleport and stumbled to the entrance of the hotel. The two of them almost fell into the lake. Nangong Yun immediately complained, Ying, what are you doing? We almost crashed into the mountain. Sorry. Meng Ying kept apologizing, who told spatial energy to be too complex. Even if I copied Vivian's source spirit, it would still be hard to control. Vivian immediately stood up. Over here, quickly come. The ingredients and spices for this feast were all incomparably precious level 3 materials. A source energy chef that could easily cook these ingredients had to be in the true spirit realm. This kind of person could be independent even in the Great Jew country, but running to become a chef, it could be imagined how high the cost was. Not to mention that this peak source energy chef was willing to put down the dignity of an expert to become a chef. This meant that he had a strong passion for food, so his skills were definitely not bad. This table of meat and wine was very fragrant. Each dish was worth over 100 source stones. The four girls were all younger than each other. Nangong Yun looked like she was around 18 or 19 years old, Meng Ying looked like she was 16, Vivian looked like she was 13-14, and the youngest Yin Spirit was a 10-year-old girl. For these four girls to order such a luxurious table that could be considered a top-class banquet, it really made people speechless. It's really delicious. Nangong Yun was the most impolite. She grabbed a bear paw and began gnawing on it. Her mouth was covered in grease as she vaguely said, "How was your stroll today? Do you have time tonight to go to the trial field? No one has been able to last more than 3 minutes in front of the Hell Demon Dragon's trial, so I think it won't be a problem for us to team up." "Alright, I was planning on going to the trial field to play anyway. I'll call Big Sister Chen Bingyu over as well," Vivian said with an excited expression. "Time passes slowly in the trial field. I don't believe that with our strength, we can't beat that demon dragon in an entire night." Meng Ying tightly clenched her fists. "That's right, defeat the demon dragon." The three of them were filled with fighting spirit. Yin Spirit was a bit confused. What kind of thing was this fun? "I have something good for you." Meng Ying revealed a cute smile. She searched her storage pocket and took out 2 palm-sized things. "This is Big Sister Katie and Big Sister Yunyao. They made something good in Oldman's small town, but it isn't common yet. Only the internal members have it. Fong Kadi, Yun Yarrow, and Yun Xiao were high-level members of Miracle Commerce, but they were in Oldman's small town, so they couldn't come to Miracle City for now. Right now Oldman's small town was very popular and Miracle Commerce had the largest market there. Miracle Commerce also had a research facility in the small town and this thing was a good thing made there. What is this? Vivian looked over the thing a few times. This thing was a bit bigger than her palm and it was made of metal. It was a bit heavy and 2/3 of the front was covered in a mirror. Vivian could see it. It wasn't a normal mirror, rather it was a modified image transfer. The other third had buttons for various functions. Although there isn't anything new, it is very creative. Meng Yingying seemed to like this little thing a lot. Our Miracle Commerce's #1 mechanism master Tong Xiaoyu brought several experienced researchers. They combined the magnetic sound machine, the video player, the camera, and the communication device, making it into this little thing. Don't you think it's magical? Is this true or false? Vivian's little face was filled with shock. Your meaning is that this little thing can listen to the radio, receive images, take pictures, and even communicate? Of course. Our Miracle Commerce really has many talented people. Sit closer and I'll demonstrate it for you. The four of them moved their heads together. Meng Yingying pressed the top button, and the screen lit up. The device had been activated. There were many function buttons below it, and each button could activate a different function. There were simple diagrams drawn on the surface of the buttons, so they could basically be understood. This is the magnetic sound machine function. Yingying pressed the button on the magnetic sound machine and the little device connected to the Miracle broadcasting station, immediately releasing the sound from the station. Although the reception was a bit weak, it could still be heard clearly. Other than that, there were two buttons that could switch channels. This is the video player function. Yingying pressed another button on the video player and the image transfer mirror in the device began to change. It received several video channels, as well as a Miracle Shopping Center shopping channel. This meant that with this little thing in hand, people could lie down and buy things at home. This is the camera button. Yingying pressed the camera button and the lens on the back of the device activated. The image it captured was displayed on the image transfer mirror and with a press of the camera button, it could instantly capture the image. This is the communication function. After activating the communication function, do you see these 10 little buttons? These are all 1 to 0 buttons, used to call the communication number. This is no different from the communication device. Yin Spirit said in a surprised voice, "This is too mysterious." She never thought there would be such a good thing. Good, very good. Vivian was also very satisfied. It really is much more convenient. Has the name of this thing been decided yet? Yuan, it can be held in the hand and it is very convenient. It combines the magnetic sound machine, video player, camera, and communication device functions into one. Of course we need a new name. Meng Yingying paused and cleared her throat before saying, after the chief designer, Tong Xiaoyu, as well as Fong Kadi and big sister Yun Yarrow discussed it, we decided to call it a cell phone. Cell phone, this is quite appropriate. These people held this Miracle Commerce first-generation cell phone and were happily playing with it at this moment. Yin Spirit also liked it very much. There was no one who didn't like convenient things, not to mention the fact that the cell phone was this useful. The four of them studied the cell phone while eating and drinking. The four of them weren't big, but their appetites couldn't be underestimated. They didn't waste anything and most of the delicacies on the table were eaten. The one who ate the most was not Nangong Yun, but rather the small Yin Spirit. This was her first time enjoying such a sumptuous meal. The temptation of spirit energy delicacies made her fall and she had thoughts of quitting her sect master position, coming here every day to eat and drink. The four of them went to the trial field after eating and they dragged Chen Bingyu along the way. The Miracle City's trial field's newly opened Hell Demon Dragon's trial was very difficult and there were movies showing it recently, so naturally there were many challenges. The trial field was filled with people until late at night. The demon dragon's strength was not fixed, it would weaken or strengthen according to the strength of the challengers. No matter who went in to play, the challenges would be equally large. The 5 of them were tortured to death in the trial field, using all kinds of tactics, but they died to the demon dragon each time. But the more challenging it was, the more they played. When the sun rose, they had already failed over 100th time and they left in exhaustion. What was there to hesitate about? This time, Yin Spirit found Chu Tian and firmly expressed her willingness to join miracle commerce. She was willing to support the development of miracle commerce in the Great Jew country with all the power of the sect. Even if it wasn't for the Black Moon sect, for herself to eat and play, she would stay in Miracle City for a long time. This was simply heaven. Chapter 474. A shocking piece of news spread through the Great Jew country. The Black Moon sect found the missing Great Jew royal family princess 18 years ago. The Black Moon sect's master Yin Spirit announced that they were looking for the Great Jew royal family's ancestral land, allowing the Great Jew princess to inherit the king's remains and rebuild the Great Jew royal family, ruling the scattered Great Jew world. Although the Great Jew country was the same as the other countries and didn't have modern communication abilities, so information spread very slowly, this news was still too shocking. Therefore, it spread across the Great Jew country in just a few days. The other 5 spiritual mountains and sects were all stunned. Why would Yin Spirit make this kind of decision? Could it be she had already gone crazy? Who didn't know that the Great Jew royal family was destroyed by the 6 mountains working together? If the Great Jew royal family was rebuilt, would they have any good expressions? Not to mention that the secular powers and resources had already been divided by the large and small sects. Suddenly supporting the Great Jew royal family, wasn't this a cake for everyone else? When they surrounded the Great Jew royal family in the past, the sect masters of the 6 great sects attacked at the same time. The sect masters of the other 5 sects were still here, but only the Black Moon sect's old sect master had passed away. 15 years ago, the new sect master Yin Spirit took over the position. In other words, the Black Moon sect had gone through a generation gap, so there was still room for reconciliation with the Great Jew royal family. What about the other 5 sects? The Great Jew royal family had become the 7th superpower in the Great Jew country in the past. Among the rogue cultivators and small and medium-sized sects, they had a very high reputation and rallying power. Even now, there were quite a few rogue cultivators that lived in seclusion that missed them. The Black Moon sect had come to revive the royal family. Perhaps there would be many followers and supporters in the country. The retainers and guests of the Great Jew royal family had gathered together after 18 years. This was still a very troublesome power. Adding in the Black Moon sect's support, they could definitely shake the other 5 spiritual mountains. A storm of blood was likely to begin in the Great Jew country. Chu Tian held a short meeting with Yin Spirit and Chen Bingyu in Miracle City, discussing how to take down the Great Jew country. Yin Spirit said, "The 6 spiritual mountains are 10,000 years old and each sect has several thousand years of history. They are deeply rooted and have great strength, so they can only be subdued and not destroyed. Otherwise, not to mention whether the large sects with hundreds of thousands of elites could be destroyed, even if they could, they would have to pay a large price. Moreover, once half of the 6 spiritual mountains are destroyed, the Great Jew country won't have much strength left and they won't be able to stop the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom from heading south." That makes sense. Chu Tian nodded. "Our main goal is to subdue them, not to conquer them. However, we still have to get rid of a few unconvinced troublemakers. We need to show them our strength." The Great Jew country's 6 spiritual mountains were very strong. Chu Tian was most worried that the 6 spiritual mountains would join together to resist. If they really did this, then it would be a big problem. The 6 spiritual mountains were similar in strength, each one having around 200,000 inner sect disciples. This was equivalent to having around 200,000 awakened soul realm experts that were proficient in inherited cultivation techniques. The 6 sects joining together was over 1 million. Once the 6 sects joined together, it would be enough to gather all the Great Jew sects. If they fought with their backs to the wall, it would be enough to gather 2 million cultivators. This strength would be very troublesome for the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom. This was also why the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom had never made a move against the Great Jew country. Chu Tian didn't want to completely conquer them. Therefore there was no need for an all-out war. Now that the Black Moon sect had completely sided with Miracle Commerce didn't need to personally come out. The Black Moon sect could use the Great Jew royal family's name to move around the Great Jew country, and the entire matter would become a Great Jew country matter. Since it was an internal matter, everyone would consider their own benefits and wouldn't work together against a common enemy. This matter of re-establishing the Great Jew royal family, although it would anger the 5 spiritual mountains, it wouldn't make them feel a sense of danger, so it wasn't likely for them to work together. In this kind of relaxed situation, if Chu Tian secretly attacked them one by one, wouldn't the Great Jew country be in his pocket? Chu Tian asked, "What does Little Sister Sect Master think?" Yin Spirit said, "There has always been a legend in the Great Jew country. After the Great Jew royal family was destroyed, the Great Jew king left behind a ruin." Chu Tian looked at Chen Bingyu. "There is such a thing. This is a secret of the clan. Royal father has over 10 children and I am ranked 11th. I am not the crown prince or the eldest princess and was born from a side concubine, so my position is not very high. Adding in my young age, although I have heard of it, I have never seen it before." Chen Bingyu shook her head. "It's said that this ruin was left behind by my clan's ancestor and is the reason why my clan was able to rise so quickly." "That's right. This ruin is not inferior to the 6 spiritual mountains. Only those with the royal bloodline can open it." Yin Spirit said this and then gave a sigh. "Only it is a pity that the king's ruin is missing. The 6 spiritual mountains have been searching for it all these years without finding anything. If we can open this ruin, not only will the royal family have hope, the followers of the past Great Jew royal family will flock here to support the new Great Jew king." Understood. The first thing to do was to find the king's ruin. The problem now was that even Chen Bingyu didn't know what her family's ruin looked like. With how large the Great Jew country was, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Chu Tian thought about it before saying, "There is a person in Miracle City, he should be able to help." Chu Tian didn't even finish speaking. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Chu Tian took out the cell phone. He had just obtained this thing, so he wasn't used to using it. There was a number on the screen. It wasn't someone else but the young miss. This was strange. He was in a meeting. With the young miss style, unless it was an urgent matter that couldn't be solved, she wouldn't disturb Chu Tian at this time. If there really was a problem the young miss couldn't solve, it wouldn't be a small matter. "Excuse me." Chu Tian picked up the call. "What does the young miss need?" Meng Qingwu's voice was very serious. "Our forest industrial park has been attacked by an unknown force. This matter isn't small. Can you personally come over?" "Attacked?" Chu Tian's brows instantly knit together. Damn it, who did this? In this period of time, Chu Tian had been conscripting soldiers, building large amounts of factories, helping the locals start businesses, and improving the lives of the locals. The surrounding locals all benefited from this, so they should be filled with gratitude towards Miracle City. It couldn't have been done by these people, it could only have been done by an outside force. Even if Miracle City wasn't considered strong right now, it was still a forest city and it was a city under the name of the Eternal Forest. The people that dared move against Miracle City, their background wouldn't be small. Chu Tian had already guessed that Miracle City would be challenged by outside forces during its development. In order to prevent this matter from happening too early, Miracle City had always focused on developing, not exploring the surroundings or touching other people's interests. They focused their development on the Warhounds Plains and the Great Jew country. Who would have thought that it would still attract the attention of some fellows? There was no way around it. Miracle City's movements were a bit big recently. Chu Tian hung up the cell phone and returned to the conference room. "There has been a sudden situation in the city, so I can't go to the Great Jew country with you. But there's no need to worry, I will gather a group of elites to help." Yin Spirit knit her brows. "What? If you don't go, how will we find the ruins?" "Relax, I just said that there is someone more suitable than me in Miracle City." At this time, Chu Tian didn't have the mood to keep them in suspense, so he confidently said, "This person is the Druid Prophet Yoda, currently a guest official of the Chu sect, a high-level staff officer of Miracle City, and a spirit transformation expert. There's no need to worry, you should quickly return to the Great Jew country. The Druid Prophet could communicate with all things and make predictions. With Yoda's ability, Finding the ruins wasn't hard. Not to mention that Yoda was a spirit transformation cultivator, this kind of strength was invincible in the Great Jew country. If Miracle City sent another group of experts, it wouldn't be a problem for the Great Jew country. Yin Spirit and Chen Bingyu returned to the Black Moon sect first. The Black Moon sect had already released the news and the entire Great Jew country was in chaos, so the two of them had to find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Chu Tian asked Yoda for help and Yoda readily agreed, bringing 2 high priests and 10 other priests. Chu Tian rushed to the forest scene. Meng Qingwu was currently comforting them. Because the attack was very sudden, no one knew where the other side came from. But what was certain was that this was a premeditated invasion, it wasn't something simple forest bandits did. Chu Tian asked, "What are the casualties?" "There are around 200 casualties and a newly opened mine has been destroyed." "Are there any suspects?" "There are." Meng Qingwu said, "I think Battle Banner City is the most suspicious. This direction is less than 800 miles from Battle Banner City and most of the small towns and tribes in between have already submitted to us. Only Battle Banner City has the strength and confidence to go against us. Humph, their courage isn't small. How long has it been since someone dared to provoke father like this? Don't be careless, Battle Banner City isn't weak, but that isn't important. The most important thing is that Battle Banner City belongs to the Savage Highlands. So it was a city with a background. It was true that Miracle City belonged to the Eternal Forest, but it was only in name. The Eternal Forest couldn't send troops to help Miracle City and Miracle City wouldn't pay tribute to the Eternal Forest. Battle Banner City's situation was different. Battle Banner City was established by the Savage Highlands and was a very important chess piece of the Savage Highlands in the center of the forest. This is just the beginning. Meng Qingwu was very worried, if it really is Battle Banner City, they won't stop here. Miracle City has just begun to develop and if a forest city erupts, all the hard work we've put in these past few days will go to waste. Moreover, it will lead to a large loss. Miracle Bank basically used the company's source stones and the gnome's source stones to help the locals start businesses. Once a large-scale war erupted, it didn't matter who won or lost. It was very likely that this large investment would go to waste. Not only would Miracle City suffer at that time, perhaps even half of Miracle Commerce would collapse. Chapter 475. As Meng Qingwu expected, the attack on the industrial parks mines was just the beginning. Although Miracle Commerce had strengthened their defenses, because they didn't have enough people and the enemy came and went like the wind, there were several other places that were attacked in the next 2 days, causing over 800 casualties. The direct losses weren't serious. But the negative effects were just too bad. It cast a shadow over Miracle Commerce's rising atmosphere. After several surprise attacks, everyone in Miracle City was in danger, which was a large blow to Miracle City's development. Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, Vivian, and Nangong Yun. The high-level people were all in the City Lord's castle. During the most recent attack, this is the image captured by the city's surveillance cameras. Meng Qingwu said, "Zero, play the image." "All right." Zero's voice sounded out and a large image transfer mirror appeared. There was a silent image inside, which was the scene of the attack. The entire attack was launched by several elite soldiers, ending the battle in just a few minutes and causing a large amount of damage to the city. Because the enemy was too fast and their attacks were too clean, the image transfer mirror couldn't capture them clearly, so it could only see a few green figures. Vivian said, "Green skin, large heads, and the style of their cultivation technique. Although I can't see it clearly, they are most likely orcs, am I right?" "That's right, they are orcs." Meng Qingwu nodded in a very serious manner. This also confirms our suspicions that Battle Banner City is a city ruled by orcs. We can now confirm that this matter is Battle Banner City's plot against Miracle City. Just a dozen people can cause this much damage. Nangong Yun said, "From the skills of these people, the enemy must be a group of experts with decent strength, most likely being experienced true spirit experts. To be able to create this kind of small assault team, it can only be a power from a forest city. I don't understand, Miracle City and Battle Banner City are like well water and river water. We are developing in our own territory, Are we hindering them or provoking them? Why do they have to make things difficult for us? Meng Yingying's delicate and beautiful face was filled with anger and confusion at the same time. These people are coward. Let's counterattack and attack their battle banner city. Meng Qingwu shook her head. Her little sister had followed Chu Tian for a long time, so her way of thinking was similar to Chu Tian. We can't be impulsive this time. Not to mention the fact that Battle Banner City's army is stronger than ours. Miracle City doesn't have the ability to fight right now. Why? Nangongyun stood up. Although our troops are newly trained, we have source energy weapons. Can't we make up for the difference in strength? The surrounding tribes are all on the same side as Miracle City. If we fight with Battle Banner City, they will definitely help us. Boss, don't you think so? Nangongyun looked at Chu Tian. Chu Tian shrugged. Let's leave it to Miss Nangong. Have you thought about it? Miracle City's defenses haven't been built at all. We don't even have a city protecting barrier. The mountain ranges around Miracle City are more than enough to defend against normal bandits. If we meet an opponent on the level of Battle Banner City, these natural barriers have no meaning at all. If we choose to fight, Miracle City will be drawn into the flames of war. The surrounding factories, spirit fields, and farms will all be destroyed. Not only will all our efforts be wasted, Miracle Bank will also go bankrupt. Miracle City's finances will collapse and the city will fall into a quagmire of crisis. Nangongyun felt a headache just hearing this. What should they do? Meng Qingwu's words were reasonable. The enemy's small assault team was enough to cause trouble for Miracle City. If they fought for a long time and the enemy kept sending small teams to attack them, Miracle City's development and production wouldn't be able to continue. Miracle Bank wouldn't be able to take back the money they invested. Then Miracle Commerce would face the danger of going bankrupt. No matter what, we have to avoid fighting. Once we fight, no matter who wins or loses, we will still lose. Not to mention that Battle Banner City is the Savage Highlands gateway to the central region. If we attack Battle Banner City, the Savage Highlands will not sit still. What I'm even more worried about is that this attack was ordered by the Savage Highlands. It has to be known that the Eternal Forest is not weaker than the Savage Highlands, but the Eternal Forest will not send troops for us. Vivian's brows knit together. The Elven Council is filled with rotten old men. Damn. Wouldn't Miracle City be at their wits' end? Meng Qingwu continued to say, these attacks on Battle Banner City have caused some losses to our city, but these losses can be ignored as a whole. Their goal is not to attack the city, but rather to make us feel pressured. There are already rumors in the city, saying that Miracle City is going to fight Battle Banner City, making everyone panic. From this point, Battle Banner City's goal has been achieved. Meng Yingying asked, what will they do next? Battle Banner City clearly understands our situation, so they know that Miracle City can't fight. Battle Banner City does not have any plans to attack Miracle City, otherwise they wouldn't have used this method to alert us. Meng Qingwu said this and then paused before saying, they will definitely ask to negotiate with us and give us their conditions. We can't be impulsive at this time. Whatever conditions they give us, we will bargain with them and stall for time for Miracle City. Chu Tian, what do you think? A guard suddenly ran in at this time. Sir City Lord, there is a letter from the forest, it seems to be from Battle Banner City. Give it to me. Chu Tian took out the letter and looked over it before suddenly ripping it in half. The young miss is truly clear. Battle Banner City's City Lord Cao has invited us to meet in Bramble Flower Town 400 miles away in 3 days. There must be an ambush. Meng Yingying quickly stood up and said to Chu Tian, these green-skinned ugly monsters are despicable and sinister, they have no bottom line, you can't fall for their trick. Don't worry, we won't be in danger. We still have to go negotiate. I'll take a look first and see what these fellows are planning. Chu Tian said to Vivian and Nangongyun, Nangong, come with me. Young Miss, Yingying, Vivian, you will stabilize the situation in the city. Meng Qingwu was a bit worried. Battle Banner City can't compare to Green City in the past. Battle Banner City hasn't weakened in the past 100 years and their overall strength is very strong. I'm afraid you will suffer a loss. The Great Jew country's situation is very tense. Yoda can't come back for now and Miracle City doesn't have anyone that can fight. Not to mention with just a spirit transformation expert, they won't be able to gain any advantage. Since we can't gain any advantage in a head-on clash, why do we need to bring so many burdens? Chu Tian said this and suddenly said with a smile, young miss can be assured, I have the spatial ability and the city returning scroll, so there won't be any problems even if we can't negotiate. That's true. The young miss nodded. Vivian slapped the table and stood up. With elder sister Qingwu here, I can't help much in the city. I'll go with you to meet them. I want to go too. Meng Yingying volunteered. I want to see what these ugly fellows can do to us. Chu Tian shook his head. Don't be anxious, you have another important task. The undead tower in the undead ruins must be built as soon as possible. No matter how much effort it takes, it must be built as soon as possible. Yingying will be in charge of this matter. Chu Tian thought for 2 seconds before saying, Vivian, your task is to make a subspace aura extraction device. It's a bit like a space warehouse. I will give you the blueprints and the young miss will provide the resources and manpower, so you have to finish it as soon as possible. Extracting aura from the subspace? Could it be that Chu Tian wanted to? Vivian's eyes lit up. Yes, I will work hard to finish it. Young miss, I'll have to trouble you to deploy 2 Heaven's Punishment airships above Brambleflower Town. 2 Heaven's Punishment airships? That kind of power was more than enough to flatten an entire mountain. To deal with the marauders that tried to attack Oldman Small Town, Miracle Commerce had used this kind of terrifying force. Not to mention that a long time had passed and Miracle Commerce's technology was changing with each passing day. Miracle Commerce's second-generation energy and second-generation weapons were becoming more and more mature. The high-altitude bombs on the Heaven's Punishment airships had been improved and replaced, making them even stronger and more overbearing. This was not a joke. Chu Tian had deployed 2 Heaven's Punishment airships above the negotiation area. Was he preparing for war? Chu Tian saw the young miss expression and he revealed a laugh. Isn't this just in case? If the other side's city lord and other high-level characters come, we'll blow them all up. Without a leader in Battle Banner City, I don't believe they can do anything to us. How could the entire high-level team come? Not to mention that even if we blow them all up, have you thought about the Savage Highlands' reaction? This is basically giving them a reason to occupy Miracle City. Meng Qingwu couldn't reject Chu Tian's orders. I will deploy the airships, I hope you can remain calm. This is not a joke. If there is a problem, all our efforts will go to waste and it will bring a large crisis to Miracle City. Chu Tian said in a somewhat dissatisfied voice, Young miss, we've worked together for so long, you should know that I am a reliable person. It would be strange if he was reliable. Meng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. Chu Tian stood up and said, All right, everyone start preparing. This matter had temporarily slowed down the city's construction. Meng Qingwu had placed all the city's resources on the city's defenses, especially Meng Yingying's undead towers. Nangong Yun took the Eye of the Star and went into closed-door cultivation, while Vivian worked overtime on the spatial device. Although they didn't want war to break out, they had to make the necessary preparations. After 3 days, Nangong Yun had absorbed the Eye of the Star. Her cultivation was already high and now she had jumped to the 3rd true spirit layer. The 2 of them headed for Brambleflower Town. Chapter 476. In a gentle valley in the center of the Forest of Chaos, short shrubs flowed down, giving off a soft and gentle feeling. There were various kinds of flowers and there were countless birds, deer, and monkeys moving around. In the center, there was a small town made of stones. This small town was covered in moss and there was a layer of thorny flowers on top of the moss. If one looked at it at first glance, it simply blended in with the surroundings. This was Brambleflower Town. Brambleflower Town was a normal town between Battle Banner City and Miracle City. Just like the countless small towns in the Forest of Chaos, Brambleflower Town was established because of the forest market formed by the surrounding tribes. It was convenient for different tribes and races to trade goods and daily necessities. Whether it was the size or population of the small town, there was nothing special about it in the Forest of Chaos. In the past few days, something big had happened in the small town. The surrounding hillsides were suddenly filled with rock and roll banners. Tens of thousands of wolf cavalry soldiers rushed down the hillsides, like a black torrent pouring into this green world, and the whole town was tightly surrounded. It was the army of Battle Banner City. The people of Bramble Flower Town were scared witless. They wanted to run away in a panic, but Battle Banner City did not give them a chance. The butcher's knife of death fell on the heads of these forest locals, and the 5,000 people in the town were all killed. These executioners cut off the heads of the townspeople who suffered this calamity and placed wooden sticks in front of the small town's entrance, forming 2 neat rows. It was like a cruel ceremony or a red carpet welcoming guests. The elite troops of Battle Banner City stood neatly in 2 rows, wearing black armor and fluttering banners, giving off a heavy and solemn feeling of oppression. Humph, those cowards still haven't come. An orc with a head full of small braids was sitting in the middle of the small town covered in blood. His upper body was covered in wounds and totems, with 2 giant axes releasing a death aura on both sides of his large seat. There was a young orc that looked like a cheetah standing next to him. The 2 of them looked similar, so they should be father and son. The headless corpses piled up behind the 2 of them like a mountain, just like a backdrop for a photo. 200 half-beast-man warriors stood in rows on the left and right. Their eyes were ice-cold and filled with chilliness. They stood motionless like statues. Father, the weak humans definitely don't have the courage to come. Why don't we tell Sir City Lord and use Battle Banner City's army to take over Miracle City? We have the absolute advantage in strength. It's not that simple, Grey. The old orc shook his head. There are more and more rumors about Miracle City, and some of them are very exaggerated. For example, they can use a spatial ability to transport anything from human countries into the forest. We can't confirm whether these things are true or false, but according to the reports from the scouts, Miracle City has indeed changed a lot and they have many incredible technologies in their hands. Elder brother is very interested in this, so compared to occupying Miracle City, controlling them is a better choice. Grey's orc did not ask again, because an orc walked up and said, "He's here." When Chu Tian and Nangong Yun arrived at Bramble Flower Town, both of them frowned slightly. They didn't expect Battle Banner City to make such a big scene. Not only did they slaughter the entire Bramble Flower Town, they even stationed at least 20,000 elite soldiers here. This kind of scene was very intimidating. Perhaps no one who came to negotiate would be able to maintain a normal state of mind. The strength of Battle Banner City's elite army was already very shocking. Now that they surrounded this place like an iron bucket, even a sparrow would find it hard to fly out. There's only 2 people. The orcs revealed looks of shock. Battle Banner City sent out 20,000 elite soldiers and Miracle Commerce sent out 2 people. This was a 10,000 to 1 chance. It was truly shocking. Chu Tian was wearing the City Lord's robe, allowing people to see his identity as the City Lord with a single glance. "You are Miracle City's City Lord?" The old orc gave a few cold laughs. That fierce expression along with the blood covering the ground and the mountain of headless corpses gave people a kind of intimidating feeling. "I am Battle Banner City's Vice City Lord Cao's younger brother Kaeldon, and this is my son Grey." Chu Tian sat down like he didn't see anything. Nangong Yun stood behind Chu Tian with her hands behind her back like a javelin. The 2 of them were surrounded by ferocious orcs and there were at least 10 true spirit realm experts. Kaeldon was a 7th true spirit layer spirit transformation expert and his son Grey was clearly a strong orc expert. Under this kind of pressure, the 2 of them did not have any changes in their expressions. Chu Tian said in a somewhat unhappy voice, "This City Lord has come under City Lord Cao's invitation. But City Lord Cao did not come and instead sent an assistant. You orcs don't seem to understand etiquette." Roar. The surrounding orcs all let out beast-like low roars. Kaeldon stopped Grey who was about to jump out and said with a snort, "The Miracle City's City Lord has some courage, no wonder those weak gnomes gave the city to you. The Miracle City's City Lord is a straightforward person and the orcs are also a straightforward race, so there is no need for us to beat around the bush. I'll be straight to the point." Chu Tian changed to a more comfortable position. "I'm all ears. Miracle City's recent performance has been too eye-catching. If we don't stand on the right side, perhaps we'll be destroyed." Kaeldon paused before saying, "Battle Banner City is willing to become Miracle City's friend. As long as our 2 cities work together as an iron alliance, It will be enough to dispel the greed of most powers, and we can both increase our strength and influence. When Kaeldon said this, it was like he was a sincere partner. It was like the matter of the Battle Banner tribe attacking Miracle City had never happened at all. Chu Tian said in a non-committal voice, "What are the conditions?" Battle Banner City will send out 100,000 elite orcs to be stationed in Miracle City. They will guard the city for the City Lord, deterring enemies and maintaining peace. Kaeldon slowly said, "This way, the City Lord will be able to sit on the City Lord's throne without any worries. Of course, in exchange, half of your city's income will be given to Battle Banner City, and Battle Banner City will send a capable person to Miracle City to be the Vice City Lord, helping the City Lord govern the city. We're letting you station troops and giving you tribute. You're even trying to make us a figurehead?" Nangong Yun couldn't help glaring at him. "Why is your mouth so smelly? It's like fart. Did you just eat shit?" Bold. Gray picked up a battle axe. Chu Tian was not angry and just revealed a smile. "City Lord Cao is truly kind, but Miracle City has a strong army, so there's no need for City Lord Cao and you to worry. Not to mention that Miracle City is a city under the Eternal Forest's protection. I think in the entire Forest of Chaos, there's no one that doesn't give the Eternal Forest face." Kaeldon broke out in laughter. "You humans really like to play tricks. Who doesn't know those old fogies in the Eternal Forest? Unless we attack their territory, they won't have any reaction. As for a place like Miracle City that can cause chaos, those old fogies will avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to get involved?" Saying this, Kaeldon's voice turned cold. "I'll tell you the truth. There are 20,000 elite troops nearby. Do you think they are stationed here to put on a show? This place is less than 400 miles from Miracle City. 20,000 elite troops can attack in 2 hours. Your Miracle City is weak inside and out. Without a city-protecting barrier, a strong army, or enough troops, can you block a single attack from Battle Banner City's army?" Chu Tian slightly narrowed his eyes. "You're threatening me?" Battle Banner City sincerely wants to be friends with Miracle City, but Miracle City dares to reject the orcs' good intentions, so the orcs don't want to show their cruel side. Nangong Yun revealed a smile. "You want to attack Miracle City with 20,000 people? Why don't you give it a try? Bluffing is useless. From the moment you walked in here, your lives were already in the hands of the beast men. Surrendering is your only choice, otherwise we'll cut off your heads and then lead the army to attack Miracle City." Gray said with a cold smile, "According to what we know, you've taken out all your assets to lend to the surrounding tribes. These 20,000 people can't attack Miracle City, but we just need to destroy your businesses outside the city and Miracle City's investments will be lost. There won't be a second wave of attacks and Miracle City will collapse on its own." "You green-skinned frog." Nangong Yun jumped up like a cat whose foot had been stepped on. "If you attack a single inch of Miracle City's land, we'll blow up all the green frogs in Battle Banner City." Gray was enraged. "Who do you think you are to dare insult me? This stupid human girl has insulted the glorious orc warriors. Whether the City Lord agrees or not, her only outcome is death." Kaeldon said in a cold voice, "Gray, use the warrior's axe to prove the glory of a warrior." Nangong Yun's 10 fingers cracked. "You want to fight? All right. It seems like there's nothing to talk about this time." Chu Tian said to Nangong Yun, "How long will it take?" Nangong Yun looked at Gray and said with a look of disdain, "This kind of trash can be taken care of in 10 seconds. "Then 10 seconds it is." Chu Tian took out his cell phone and dialed a few numbers before connecting to the control center. "Heaven's punishment number 1, Heaven's punishment number 2, begin the Heaven's punishment in 10 seconds. I repeat, begin the Heaven's punishment in 10 seconds. Heaven's punishment received. Beginning the countdown, 10. The orcs were stunned. What was this fellow doing? 10 seconds, defeating Gray in 10 seconds? Although this Gray was young, he was in the 4th true spirit layer. Miracle City's human girl was in the trivial 3rd true spirit layer. This was not just a difference of 1 layer, it was the difference between an earth spirit cultivator and a heaven spirit cultivator. Kaeldon had an inexplicably strong and ominous premonition. "Gray, do it, immediately take care of her." Chu Tian hung up the phone and placed it in his pocket. Chapter 477. It was as fast as lightning. Gray's figure disappeared and turned into an afterimage as he appeared in front of Nangongyun. An axe as fast as lightning sent Nangongyun flying high into the air. Peng! Gray's spirit energy completely erupted and the ground beneath his feet caved in. A monster source spirit covered in spikes appeared and countless spirit energy spikes wildly stabbed at Nangongyun in the air. They instantly covered Nangongyun's body, making her look like a porcupine. Wild spirit energy completely erupted. Gray soared into the sky, instantly exceeding Nangongyun's height. The huge axe light heavily swung downwards. This attack was not a person swinging the axe, but rather the axe carrying the person. It swept through everything, charging forward. Even if it was a mountain, it would still shatter it. So fast. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. When Gray attacked, Kaeldon made a gesture and the 10 true spirit experts released their source spirits. When Chu Tian's hand touched the sword hilt on his back, various kinds of weapons covered his body. As long as he made the slightest movement, he would be instantly torn to pieces. City Lord, I don't know what you're doing. Kaeldon sat in his seat without moving, but I hope you won't move, otherwise I can't guarantee the consequences. All right. Chu Tian revealed a smile, looking calm. His heart was counting down, 9, 8. Nangongyun's body was covered in flames, instantly sending the spirit energy spikes flying. Her hands were covered in flames as she sent a punch at the axe glow. Stupid woman. Gray gave a cold laugh and the axe slightly trembled. A giant beast's roar came from within, which was the angry roar of the weapon spirit. This weapon was a soul-connecting weapon. How could flesh and blood block it? Not to mention humans with weak bodies, even an ogre would be turned into meat paste. The flame fist and axe glow collided. There was a violent explosion in the air. Gray's charge was cut off and Nangongyun fell to the ground, staggering back a few steps. Her body was still covered in flames, but it seemed like she wasn't injured at all. What happened? This human could forcefully block Gray's battle axe with his flesh and blood. This axe was a famous soul-contracting weapon in Battle Banner City. Gray was in the 4th true spirit layer, which was the early heaven spirit realm. It was not something a late earth spirit realm person could block, not to mention blocking it with his bare hand. Nangongyun's entire body was bathed in flames, and her red hair danced in the wind. She looked like a furious flame goddess. Is that all you have? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Take it. Gray was unable to restrain his anger. He roared crazily like a wild beast that had lost control. Nangongyun's disdainful attitude was not only a provocation, but also a kind of insult. The incomparably heavy battle axe in his hand was as delicate and dexterous as a carving knife in the hands of a sculptor. It was as heavy and overbearing as the sledgehammer in the hands of a blacksmith. In an instant, hundreds of axe strikes blossomed like a lotus. Good timing. Nangongyun stepped on flames and her arms filled the sky with fists. There were no fancy moves or techniques, just extreme speed, extreme strength, and extreme explosiveness, blocking each of Gray's attacks. Although the power of each axe strike contained the power to split a mountain, if it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been turned into paste. However, Nangongyun had forcibly withstood over 100 attacks without suffering a single wound, which completely overturned everyone's understanding. Gray's battle axe was swung faster and Nangongyun's fists were swung faster and faster. There were no fancy moves, it was pure strength against strength, speed against speed, pure strength against pure spirit energy. If it was a fight between people of the same level, it would be reasonable. Gray's cultivation was much higher than Nangongyun's and he had a soul-contracting weapon in his hand, but he still could not defeat the other side. This was a bit unreasonable. Beast transformation. Gray combined his source spirit with his body, turning his originally green skin into a purple-black color. His back and arms began to grow large amounts of curved blade-like barbs. This secret technique did not just change his body shape, it also increased his speed and spirit energy by several times, increasing his battle strength. Black Spirit, release your power. The battle axe was summoned by its master and it suddenly released a strong black glow. This axe that was not small became 5 times bigger. What Gray sent out was not just a single axe, but rather a surging mountain and river. It was the radiance of the sun and moon, filled with an overbearing aura that looked down on all living beings. He had clearly used his finishing move. Good. This is more like it. Nangong-yoon faced the wild axe glow. Not only did she not dodge, she revealed a look of excitement. She clasped her hands together, trying to use them to block this attack. Gray's axe glow exploded. You're seeking death. The blade glow was like an invisible wave. This attack could not be blocked like this. Nangong-yoon did not have a way to block the invisible blade chi. The wild wave slammed into Nangong-yoon's body, instantly ripping apart most of Nangong-yoon's clothes. With this kind of fierce chi attack, even if this girl had the body of a demon beast, she would not be able to survive. Gray was not satisfied with this. The black battle axe swung out again. The surging river-like power turned into tens of thousands of sharp spikes. He wanted to cut this girl to pieces, turning her flesh and blood into powder under this wild storm of attacks. At this moment, Nangong-yoon loudly shouted, "Starlight, immortal body!" The light blue starlight covered her body, instantly splitting apart the tens of thousands of attacks. The starlight went from weak to strong in a short period of time, completely nullifying this fierce attack. Gray's expression changed and he immediately slashed out with his axe. Hong! Nangong-yoon's fierce attack was reflected back and the battle axe shattered. Gray was forcefully sent flying. "You want to kill your great aunt with this little bit of skill?" Nangong-yoon stepped into the air and stood 40 to 50 feet in the air. The flames around her burned even more intensely, instantly covering the sky like a piece of red cloth. Under the extremely fierce energy, even the space was burned until it was distorted. The majestic fire phoenix finally revealed itself. "Now it's my turn." The orcs were all shocked. Everyone thought that this girl's source spirit was only a fire source spirit. Who would have thought that Nangong-yoon had not used her full strength, only releasing the power of the fire phoenix at this moment? Her entire body merged with the fire phoenix as she attacked the defeated Gray. "Stop!" Kaeldon angrily roared as he flew into the air. His two battle axes released a cross-shaped blood-red glow, blocking Nangong-yoon's attack on Gray. Kaeldon was a spirit transformation cultivator. Although he made a move in a hurry, he was not someone Nangong-yoon could look down on. The cross-shaped blade glow blocked Nangong-yoon's path of attack. If Nangong-yoon wanted to kill Gray, she would inevitably be injured by this attack. If Nangong-yoon wanted to dodge this attack, she wouldn't be able to release this attack at all. Kaeldon would have enough time to save his son. Nangong-yoon was a madman, she didn't care that much. Even if she was in great danger, she didn't hesitate for half a second as she released the power of the fire phoenix. Gray's body instantly exploded as the raging flames burned him to ashes. Nangong-yoon was hit by the cross-shaped blade glow and was instantly sent flying. Kaeldon angrily sent out another axe strike and Nangong-yoon spat out a large mouthful of blood, but she still wasn't cut to pieces. "Time's up." Chu Tien revealed a faint smile and his eyes turned white. The 10 orcs did not even know how Chu Tien made this move before they disappeared in a wave of energy. Kaeldon angrily chopped down Nangong-yoon's body. Chu Tien grabbed Nangong-yoon in the air and instantly teleported several hundred meters away. Kaeldon angrily sent out a third attack, instantly creating a several dozen meter-long axe glow in the small town. "Are you all right, boss? Many thanks." Nangong-yoon was not lightly injured. Her body was covered in flames and the Great Nirvana scripture activated, instantly recovering from her heavy injuries. Only Nangong-yoon's clothes were torn and it was hard for her to not be exposed. She was held by Chu Tien and her face was a bit red. "Stop talking, let's go." Kaeldon was prepared to tear the two of them to pieces. The two of them flashed with light at the same time and instantly disappeared. "What's going on? Where are they?" Kaeldon's son had been killed and he had lost all reason in his rage, so he did not notice the strange change in the environment. At this time, an orc pointed at the sky and shouted in panic, "What is that?" The entire blue sky was covered in black dots. These black dots were falling very quickly and each one was filled with a powerful destructive aura. "This is bad." The orcs did not have time to react. The first wave of bombs had already fallen in front of them. A half-blood beastman expert subconsciously slapped it with his palm, but the bomb exploded prematurely. The sudden burst of light and heat accompanied by a powerful energy wave instantly enveloped this half-blood beastman expert. Half of his body was directly carbonized, while the other half was severely burned. He fell several dozen meters away. The orcs were all shocked. They didn't have time to run, they didn't have time to defend, and they didn't even have time to think. Countless bombs rained down with ear-piercing screeches. Every bomb turned into a small mushroom made of light and heat the moment it hit the ground. Thousands or even tens of thousands of bombs were dropped in this area in less than 10 seconds. Countless small mushrooms gathered into a sea of light and fire. Thorned Flower Town was completely engulfed by the destructive power. In just a few minutes, the entire valley was razed to the ground. The intense and dazzling light could be clearly seen from hundreds of miles away. The terrifying energy fluctuations even startled some of the sleeping beasts in the forest. The earth shook and this vibration went several thousand meters underground, causing chaos in the underground world. The Battle Banner City's Vice City Lord and the 20,000 elites all disappeared. When the energy gradually dissipated, thick smoke and charred ash filled the air. The harmonious, gentle and beautiful basin had disappeared, leaving behind only a large pit full of holes that were still burning with flames. There was no need to say. The power Miracle City had displayed this time would shock the entire forest.